Can you believe it? Kit is back with some good old... Well, he's just back here. I counted, not including the 27 unknown that we need and like other bullshit. 17 Pokemon remain in this game. Excitement is to be had. Why did I do that? I already know that there's no massive outbreaks. That's not entirely true. Hold on. I gotta like we're close, right? We're close. We're trying to get a Rowlett. We're trying to get Eevee. I just realized though that I don't need to like. We don't need to go here if there's like massive outbreaks, probably. But I just want to see. Do Combi show up? No. What about Vespiquen? No. So those aren't going to show up at all. Cherubi. I guess unknown is like the only reason we would go there. Yeah, Cherubi and Cherum, just go fuck yourself, kid. That's pretty much how that looks. I mean, I see the areas, but like, nah, bruh, no. I don't need to go super ugly. So it's just better if I just go to a place that, you know, we can just quickly do a grind and then go from there. Honestly, huge win potential is a Burmy. I just need any Burmy or a Wormadam and we're set. Like, that is the biggest win. We don't have to worry about trees in most areas. The only place we'd have to worry about trees mostly is going to be the Coronet Highlands. Coronet Island. I'm going to keep saying Coronet because I've been playing... Hi, Eevee. I've been playing Hades a bunch, of course. But this... I have a great... But I think we can streamline this, assuming that we can get a Burmy. That's the thing. That's the world's biggest Bidoof. Good job, Bidoof. If we can get the Burmy, then everything becomes streamlined and everything is great. We also got Basculin. We got one Basculin. It's great news. That doesn't bode well. But yeah, we could check the trees. We're just gonna hope for the best. We just need one. As far as the 27 unknown go, we could grind that. However, I don't entirely feel like it. But that could be something for a different day. If I feel like it. So it all just depends on what we get. The Basculin are the scariest ones still. That's just not even up for discussion. And we have to stay during the daytime unless it's Coronet Highlands. So. I also need to start really paying attention to the Magna Zones. But that's neither here nor there. Listen, we got the music. The music is playing. You just gotta be aware. Looking at the trees in the background, none of them are shaking. We go this way. Look at those fish. Those fish are nothing. Also, we're gonna save time by just going down here. Never mind, you're being targeted by a wild Pokemon. Probably a Rufflet. I thought it would be cool if I just saved a little bit of time. The answer is no. Alright, the problem now is we're not going to be catching nearly enough Pokemon to get all the grit stuff. But that should be fun. Only one of those actually is a place that we need to go. Alright, Cobalt Coastlands has been like somewhat kind to us and also not. I have 70 berries. We're chilling. Alright, what do we got? One. We got Prinplup back here. Anything else? No. We will go say hi to those later. We still got Burmies to look for. And just, today is going to be a pretty successful day. I have a feeling. I'm setting the tone, I'm setting the bar pretty high that like it's just going to be a successful day. Now, that being said, we're probably going to get a lot of duplicates, and if that's a giant Tangela. If that's the case, if we do have to get duplicates, then we have trading fodder for other people. That's the goal. Hi, Blossy. How are you? Look at the Skorupies. And I can go straight to the penguins. I am just gonna go with my usual route. Just to move on from here. Riolus, don't need to worry about. We got this. We got this in the bag. There's gonna be a bunch of seals up here. Nope, that's a Vulpix. If that was an Alpha Vulpix, I think we would have just made Sunny a little upset. It's fine. Yeah, Blossy, you might remember them, but like it's been a while. Remember the person I used to play like a bunch of games with from Yamamura's community, Sunny? Like not the Sunny that was in chat the other day, but like a different Sunny. I think it was like Sunny was here or something. I just need to go this way. Or Sunny set up? I don't remember. Like their name was also Sunny. It's been a while since I've talked with them. I think they quit the internet. I think. Maybe. I don't know, we had like a whole bunch of plans and stuff, and I felt bad because like I just got really like I just am not a big fan of like lots of people being around, and kind of fucked up a stream. Come over there. Yeah, there's far in the past. Also, it's about to be nighttime. It's not good. Okay, after this go around, we can now go over here. Am I seen by the Motham? I was. Got it. Okay. Ah, my nose. All right. Sorry, I need to switch this to morning. So now this is actually interesting how this path is going to change. We're still going to go talk to the penguinos over here. Hello, the nobodies. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Hello, Empoleon. I'm going to catch you from the rear. And then we're going to assault the rest of the penguins. Seriously? It's always one. It's always one. Okay. What is the best way to do this loop? I mean, in theory, I can go this way. It's not... Gosh, it's so weird. When you don't have to go after Shellos anymore, like... It kind of screws up your entire pathing, because there's now no reason, like, we can go, you know, up here, look for the wolf-woofs, go all the way down here, because there could be some more. Then you go back up to the top right to go get Basculin. Go down, ignore everything, go see the other Basculin. Swing around here to see if you get Piplup or Burmy. And then this entire expanse from, like, this part down here all the way to here is nothing. There's nothing we have to look for. So, but, like, if you teleport right here, then I guess you could just, like, kind of, like, go up the side and then dial back. Maybe that's the way that I want to do it. I'm so mad that the Galaxy team banished you. Yeah. I mean, you are from a, you know, from the future. They're kind of a little hesitant, as it were. But... Oh, gosh, it's been so long since I've done the story of this game. But, like, I remember being banished. I remember the entire arc of being banished. God, how long was that for me? Like, I think that had been like 150 to 200 hours into the game because I just stayed in the first area for way longer than any sane person should, and I'm not sane. So, like... That was a funny time. Yeah, I remember being banished and then just completely being like, huh. I should probably just speed through this. And then I did. See, speeding through the story is probably like the best way to play Arceus, but I absolutely did not do that at all. Like, I slow played this game starting off, just trying to 100% everything, and that was not the smartest idea, but hey, you know, you live and you learn. I did not think that water was that deep. Okay. Now, begrudgingly, I am going to have to check over here. That just got 3 shinies in 5 minutes. Nice. This game is pretty easy in that aspect. Hello, Celios. Alright. potential Eevee. Look at that. Eevee sighted. Awesome. That I thought was a blue Eevee for a second. That kind of scared me for a second. I was like, I didn't hear the chime. Eevee sighted. Don't need to worry about it. Care to report you caught 11 Pokemon, including the shiny Vulpix that we don't care about. If it was an alpha, I would probably want to give that to Sunny, but I don't think they would take it. I think they'd be more mad, if anything. You shiny hunting? Ish. Bibberls. Ish. I am trying to do the end game, something in the end game that's like a bunch of really difficult battles that are all puzzles. And rather than just doing them and just moving on with my life, I somehow convinced myself to just do it with every shiny Pokemon. Even though I'm probably the person who cares about shiny Pokemon the least and actively like make fun of it. But it's unique, so why not? I'm just catching the remaining ones that I need that are not from space-time distortions. That hurt? What do you mean? Are you talking about my general perception? Do you love shiny Pokemon? Hey, nothing wrong if you love shiny Pokemon. I just have very little care for them. Like and this is me being honest, like you're more than happy to like get shiny Pokemon and, you know, catch them and appreciate them. To me, they're just palette swaps that usually just get put in a box for forevermore and like hardly get used. And like I wish there was something that would like add to their rarity that would make it more interesting to catch. But that's once again my take on it. Everyone has their own take. There's some people who will like shiny hunt and spend hundreds of thousands of hours hunting, and you know, more power to you. I am specifically doing this just to get through the post game. Like the marks for Scarlet. I've only played Scarlet and Violet for about 2 hours before I just got frustrated about how bad the game was. Which I heard is a lot better on Switch too, so we should be playing that relatively soon. What do you mean the marks? I know very, very little about Scarlet and Violet, so... Yeah, as far as I was made aware, that it's just, even with the new game, they could have an uncommon mark rarity. Worked in more. Okay. Does that alter anything about the Pokemon? Like, does it give it like higher stats or something? Like just a general boost? Or is it just another purely cosmetic part? You could get better odds for shinies. I mean, this game is also easy enough as it is to get shinies. And also, isn't there like a whole sandwich mechanic in Scarlet and Violet? I'm pretty sure there's like a whole sandwich mechanic for that. That way you get a whole lot more. I guess. So, I don't know. My general takeaway is like, it's rare, but for like a palette swap rarity, it just doesn't seem worth it, especially with like how rare it is. Like I understand there's people who will go to hell and back and that is not what I want. Like they'll go to hell and back and like grind for, like I said, hundreds of hours, thousands of hours just to get the shiny that they want. But I don't know, and maybe this is just me being a little bit too close-minded. You never know. Like I would say, but the marks make the I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. I just, yeah, like stats or anything like that. Like if it's all purely cosmetic, like that's where my just general disdain comes from. Is that if it is just all cosmetic stuff, I just don't care about it for the most part. I'm more so doing this stream-wise. But if they like, oh, you know, that's all good. No need to apologize. But if you like get more stats or like there are stronger Pokemon because they're more rare, then like, because you already have people who are grinding for like perfect IVs and everything for competitive edge. So why not? It's like, oh, if you get a shiny, they're guaranteed to have 6, like, what is it? 6 is the highest for IVs? Keeps glitching? Are you saying chat keeps glitching? Sweetup. Motherfucker, it took you so long to get Mamoswine. And now you just show up? Oh my gosh, it took so long to get the Mamoswine. I don't even need it. Sorry. Yeah, like if catching like a shiny Pokemon, you just get like perfect IVs and like you get like the preferred nature for that Pokemon, like what is considered the best nature. Oh, hands down, like I would completely understand shiny hunting, and I'd be like, yeah, no, that makes 100% sense. You know, you get the shiny Pokemon, you got the strongest Pokemon. Like it is flawless, and the only thing you would need to do is like EV grind or give it like the proper EV effort value items. And bada bing, bada boom, you got a pretty good Pokemon. You could have like other random trainers just not care and just give it the wrong EVs, but like that would be more interesting to me than it just simply being a palette swap. I think though the argument that could be had is that if you're what up, Spring? If you get a shiny Pokemon and like it does have like the perfect stats and everything, perfect nature, then people would probably complain that it's down to luck if you get like a shiny Pokemon that's gonna help you in a competitive edge. But it's already luck to catch a Pokemon that's gonna have it's luck to get the correct nature, and then even still it's gonna take you forever and a day to get the like do enough breeding to get the proper IVs. So why not just streamline and be like, hey, keep the odds really low. Honestly, keep it at the 1 out of 8,000 whatever, right? Keep it that low. And then that way if you catch a shiny Pokemon, it means something more, because not only do you have like a different like a palette swap, but now you have a really strong Pokemon that like can be built proper and would give you like a pretty good edge, like in a competitive sense. And then if you want to flex, like if you really, really want to flex in like a competitive edge in a competitive fight, then you'd use like a regular Pokemon, but you like bred it properly with the correct EVs and IVs and like grinded your butt off to do it. Like that would show effort in like a competitive sense. But you like I don't know. They just, and I already know I'm like in the minority when it comes to this. Like I full well know that I am in the minority when it comes to my thought process of shiny Pokemon. There's reasons why shiny Pokemon like reaction videos do so many like get so many views and like pop off, even though probably like 90% of them are fake, because if they're popping off that much for a shiny Pokemon, that just kind of hurts my heart. Ooh, nose pass. I need you, buddy. Let's go. That's cool. All those shiny reactions are rigged. I tell myself that every day, but like there's that part of me that's like, what if they are really like popping off? But once again, if you're like, and I always go back to this as like a good reaction, yeah, if it's like just the complete like random ones where you just aren't expecting it, absolutely legit. If you're grinding for it, you're gonna get it eventually. However, counterpoint that I do want to say, Tom Fox for Pokemon Coliseum. When they get Quagsire from Pokemon Coliseum, because that is, screw like the 1 out of 8,000 odds, like there's just, it's such a long process and also just more difficult even with you grinding for it. Like that reaction is going to be legitimate when that happens, because I think he's already at like 6 months of grinding. But if he was grinding a Quagsire in, say, like, Scarlet or Violet or something like that, like, yeah, no, it's meh. And I would like to reiterate, once again, this is just my personal feelings on shiny Pokemon. You can absolutely love to find a shiny Natu. That... Okay. But why Natu, of all Pokemon? And two... okay, like yeah, like I guess that does make sense. But I want to make it clear, I'm not like bashing anybody for liking shiny Pokemon or like wanting to grind it. I will have some hesitation for grinding like the shiny Pokemon, specifically because I have the belief that if you're gonna grind for something that's rare and something, that it's more worthwhile to like show it off. And if you're grinding for it just for your own personal satisfaction, like that, I just don't think that's okay. I guess I guess not okay, but like it just seems like a waste if you're just trying to hold it in for your own satisfaction, that no one's gonna recognize it. Think you're one of them? Yeah, okay. But I know that there's like people out there, and I've said this before, that they probably have like every single shiny Pokemon, every single shiny variant and everything, and they don't post it on social media or anything to like show it off. They just like, they have the personal satisfaction that they did this. And I'm just sitting there like, when I talked about that last time, I just sat here like, but like, why? You're not gonna use like 99% of those Pokemon, and you're also just not showing it off to the world that you accomplished this. Like, you just have this own like little satisfaction that you did this for palette swap that probably took years off your life. Like, I can't understand it. I'm sorry. Once again, I have to reiterate, the reason I'm hunting for shiny Pokemon here is because, one, content creator, but two, the idea that I'm using these shiny Pokemon in, I have to grind levels anyway for the post-game stuff, so it just makes sense to just do this. Because keep in mind, for those who are unaware, but also those who might be I'm doing this for a post-game thing called the Path of Solitude. And the Path of Solitude are a bunch of puzzle battles that you get a mark in your Pokedex after beating. So by doing... But you also need to have every single Pokemon that takes place in it, which is every Pokemon in this game, they have to be at least level 80. Now sure, the easiest way for me to get that, to get all the money and everything and get the levels, would be using the Ingo glitch to get near infinite money and buy a bunch of the experience candies. But that still requires me to catch Pokemon. And the mass outbreaks are already going to have like a whole bunch of like, you know, shiny chances, so why not? And then I unfortunately have to finish that all out with the space-time distortion ones, which we're not going to talk about. At the end of the day, I just wish that shiny Pokemon had something else that would make it more worthwhile. And this is coming from somebody who just has seen... Good morning, War. How are you doing? Or good evening for you. Morning for me. It's, to me, as somebody who, like, acknowledges, like, different costumes in game, they don't give you an edge. It just, like, looks better. You know what? I guess we're just gonna go grab more berries, I guess. That's fine. Like I would say that the costume aspect in like gacha games would be the same thing. Where it's like you don't need them, but they look cool. And it's probably why it also is dumb to buy the costumes in various games. I'm not, you know, happy that I do that. I think I'm... And maybe that's probably like the best thing to like equate it to now that I think about it. Is if you're buying like costumes in like say Fortnite or something, or like any gacha game, you know that at the end of the day they don't do anything. They just look better. They absolutely just look better. But they don't like tend to add stats or anything. But then again, I have to digress, and this is something that like, you know, I just need to point out. Oh, okay. Holy crap. That one just avoided everything. Holy crap. I'm getting kicked in, been replaying it on and off. Hades is a good game. What can I say? Chamaco? No! My wind chime. That's fine. Excuse me. My argument when it comes to the gacha game costume argument that could be seen as a potential like replacement for shiny Pokemon is that while most of the time the costumes don't matter, there are some characters that they do just get completely different skills and like stats from different costumes. Like I think of Nikke, and Nikke has like summer versions of some units as well as the default versions. And the summer units 9 times out of 10 are just better with better skills, different weapons, and that of the sort. Even like P5X, I hear, is supposed to have the same sort of thing where the summer versions are different and also just better. I hate the switch to glitch. That's fine. That's fine. But then I think of like, you know, there's some of the other, like there's the battle pass costumes that you could buy for like 20 bucks. Or there is the, like, just like the shop outfits that you can wear or purchase and wear. And they don't do anything but just like change like how the character looks. Which those, you know, could absolutely be argued like a waste of money. Probably, definitely are. And actually, the more I think about it, I think it's just that feeling of just like enjoying how the alternate character looks, or the alternate skin looks. That is what makes it like a worthwhile purchase to some. Like when I did the costume gacha in Nikkei for Summer Rappy, like it's just a really good looking skin. And you know, using the character a lot and everything, I actively enjoy it. That being said though, it is just a palette swap at the end of the day. And maybe that's kind of the same gist that happens with shiny Pokemon is, you know, you put in all that time and effort and you feel that satisfaction after you get it. But the difference between purchasing it and then grinding for it, you know, Hey, nose pass. You are. You know, there's probably some similarities there. I would say probably. There definitely is some similarities between the two. But then that means that I don't have... Maybe it's just the difference in, like, care that you put into the specific game? Maybe that's what it is? Like, while I don't care too much about, like, the Pokemon aspect of things, I do care about, like, the Nikkei aspect. Maybe that's where, like, why I don't mind about it? Or maybe it's just because I'd rather purchase it than waste time about it. You know what? That might actually be it. Where I place... It's probably me placing a higher value on time and time management than I do on money. Because I'm thinking that the thought process that I have for it is you could always, like... Does Magnezone not show up when it's raining? Magnezone, I feel like, is going to be a bit... That's a giant Cleffa. Good for you. Yeah, that might be the difference there, because if I'm, like, spending money to, like, get the cosmetic, then, like, I feel that satisfaction, like, after the fact, right? But if I'm spending, like, 1,000 hours just grinding for, like, a whole bunch of, like, palette swaps, you know, then you think about maybe that time could have been used in a better situation. That actually might be what the difference, you know? That actually might be the difference, now that I think about it. I know I'm talking about this, like, quite a bit. I never really considered it. I think this was also just me bashing shiny hunters for another, like, 15 minutes, but that's okay, I suppose. Anyway, War, I hope you're doing well. Hades is fun. I actually learned a whole lot about Hades, yesterday. I ran out of stuff to do at work, once again. I got all of my stuff done. There's a lot of stuff that at my work that, like, my manager needs to just do, but they're not going to be back for a while. And I don't really have anyone else I could really turn to, because I don't trust, like, any of the other offices, per se. Okay, so these stay the same. Cool. But what I was going to say, though, is... I was reading like the TV tropes page for excuse me, for Hades. And I learned so much from TV tropes. I really, really do. Overwhelmed, but we're not allowed to hire another admin at the moment, so I have to cope. Yeah, I can talk about some work stuff here in a moment. Because not good news. Worse news, actually, but we'll get there. But I read about some Hades stuff on TV tropes. I learned about there's like, I mean, I should expect it from Supergiant Games, but they have so much dialogue for just so many like odd situations that like I really want to like try to see if I can find like the rare lines myself, but it's like hard enough as it is, so never leave. Oh, once again, one of my life goals is to have like a really full page on TV tropes of myself. Like that is one of my life goals. And I don't want to be the one to like write it myself, of course. Like I just want to see what other people put for me is like the tropes that I fit. Like it's one of my like life goals. I will concede. And I learned so much, and then I wrote down a bunch of notes for that for I had to do the same thing for DBD. Like there's a lot, so. But let's gonna talk about work real quick. Just some general stuff going on for why, you know, permanently sleepy kit, stress, and all that sort of stuff. Hi, welcome back, Bossy. I am in an odd spot. I still haven't found like any sort of jobs that like I'm interested in, because like I said, I'm in the process of leaving my job. But so they don't, like, similar to you, or they don't want to hire another person to like help out. Like they just want to leave it to my manager and I. And which, like, that I would normally understand. I just have I talked about this on stream before? Like, the half of me is like, I know they won't ever listen to it, but it's just like my frustration, and it's frustration at a situation, not at the person, sort of thing. Like this is the point where you have to choose your words very, very carefully. Just in case. I feel bad for my manager because I know there is so much on her plate, both in work and life, because of just stuff that's going on. It's such an ungodly hour. It's a weekend. I have nothing going on. What up, Sonny? So, like, she just, I know that my manager's got like the short end of the stick for like some life stuff that goes on. So I know that she's like always busy out of work, but also like during work there's a lot of stuff expected from her. And it leaves, it causes to, someone got destroyed. It's me, usually. Anywho, I get frustrated when like I have a manager who just who's never at work. And that's really the case, is like I get asked by other managers, and like even our higher up. Oh, somebody got banned. Oh, that's it was a bot. It was a bot. Excuse me. But they always ask, is this like, oh yeah, do you feel support from your manager and everything? And I always will say yes, because I don't want to throw them under the bus in that aspect. But they're just like, yeah, because like, I mean, she is always here, yada yada yada. And I really can't tell them, no, like, depending on the week, she's either here 3 out of the 5 days or like 4 of the 5 days. It's rarely ever all 5 days. And, you know, that's more than half of the working week, you know, 5 days of work, and she's there more than half of it. But it's not, I just don't think it's good when it's this consistent, you know? Like, if it was like, you know, every month there was like 1 day or 2 days off, cool. But it's like every week is about 3 to 4, like having 1 to 2 days off like every single week. And sometimes it's just, hey Kit, you're running the entire like week. Deuces. By the way, you don't have any manager privileges. So like if they need a manager, you can call another office that no one likes, or you just tell them to wait until the next week. And I'm just like, okay. But there's some murmurs, there's some discussions that were talked about it. A little bit yesterday, but it was more so on Thursday when I didn't stream, which is actually part of the reason I didn't stream. Apparently there's a plan that's being theorized at my work where they might want to get rid of my manager and they want to put somebody in the in her role, but instead of hiring somebody, they just want to move me into it. Just because I've done a similar sort of job, like I was a manager in the past. And I just don't want to do that again. Like, I lived the manager life once in an office setting. It was horrible, and kudos to anyone who could do it for a longer period of time. But I can't. So, but I think the higher ups are like being more privy to the fact that it's just me running the office a lot of the time, as well as like one of my other coworkers. It's just both of us holding down the fort, but we just can't do anything. Like I had a few calls the other day of just specifically people wanting to talk to the manager, and I had to be like, yeah, you're gonna have to wait a few days. Is there anybody else I could talk to? Legitimately? No. It's just me. And I can't make the decision of what they're asking. 2 days off a week is standard here. Yeah. So 2 days off a week is standard. That's true. That's like I have Saturday and Sunday always off. But I mean like not just including having Saturday and Sunday off, or I'm also talking about like a random Tuesday, Wednesday, or like a Thursday, Friday, and then they have Saturday and Sunday off. Like that sort of stuff. Be right back. No worries. That's where I'm saying my frustration lies. Is it's, you know, 4 days of a total week off. Yeah, that's probably the better way to explain it. And like I said, I know that they're like in a personal life sort of stuff, there's a lot going on. I just like I wish that she had somebody that could help her with all that sort of stuff, and I know she doesn't. But I don't know what the other alternative is, because right now it's essentially threatening her job, and in retrospect, it's also further stressing me out in my job because I don't want to be put in this position of just like doing a job that I don't want to do, but also like being given all this like more responsibility for seemingly not as much of a pay increase. Because I was talking with one of my coworkers, the other one who's like been helping out a ton. We were talking about it just to like kind of go over, you know, like potentials, because, you know, we're really aware of what's happening. And they're like, well, if you get put in the position, Kit, like you'll probably like get the same like sort of pay as her, yada yada yada. And I'm like, well, that would be great in theory, but I'm pretty sure I know how the song and dance goes, where they're going to give me a lesser title, where it's essentially doing the same work, but because the title's different, it's going to be for a lot less. And they're like, yeah, actually, you're probably right in that aspect. I'm like, yeah, And I'm not gonna do that. Like, either it gets matched or, you know, not gonna happen. It's all good, Blossy. It's just, and it's frustrating because there's always the thing, and this is just information for people who are also like maybe younger than me, who are still getting in the workforce and everything. Working never needs to be as stressful as I always make it sound. I've had numerous jobs in the past where like I just loved every second. If work wanted me to stay an extra like 4 hours or something, like I'd be like, fuck yeah, I am. Even when I worked as like a bartender for like catering and then bartender and barback at an actual bar, that like, oh, like of course I want to stream a lot more and I can like play games with y'all and chill. But also like, is this a Burmy? Yeah, it is. Okay, so now right down here. So I have to remember my route. I still offered to stay later on those days because that was just like, it was fun, it was enjoyable, and like I would actually feel good about like working more. Laser tag's another one. Like that was another one that I would be like, yeah, no, this is a lot of fun and I enjoyed every second of it. But in this, like the office environment, you know, I essentially get forced to stay a lot of the time. And then when I get forced to stay, I get more stressed out because I hear about all the stuff happening. And then it all just comes tumbling down. So if lately, I would like to state for the record that every single time I've said, hey, I want to like make content and I want to not only make content, but also like stream every single day, I do mean that wholeheartedly. There's so much that I'm working on the back end and everything. It's just the stress of this current job is absolutely just fucking me up, for lack of a better term. And as much as I would like to, you know, try to leave the stress at work and separate it from life, it's really hard to do that, especially when like you're struggling as much as I am. Like it's really hard. But you know, we'll make it through. We'll make it through. Sorry, I also forgot to take my medicine today. This could be it, chat. Have a cat. Unfortunately, I don't think this place allows for pets, and also I'm allergic to cats. But also I would stress out about leaving the cat at home all the time. And when I stress out about that, like, it would just not go well. Maybe in the future, if I get my own place. I hope to one day have my own place. There is real fear right now, by the way. Just want it to be known. The Rowlett is one of the only Pokemon we've been looking for a long period of time. Is there another? Really? Okay. Rowlett has been a thorn in the side for so long. We've been getting Detrixes traded to me. Alright, if Nikita shows up, we have 2 cheese balls. My demands can be met. I have 2 more cheese balls to trade. Demands can be met. Well, I know that they have a nose pass. That's the thing, is I know that they have a nose pass. And that's one of the ones I need. If they for some reason have an Eevee, that'd be great. Or Johto Sneasel. Like, I'm looking for Time Rift Pokemon. That's kind of the big thing right now. Ow. So, if we can get Nose Pass, once again, I'm open to trading shinies with people. So, like, you know, if anyone's got shinies that I still need, like, there's a chance, right? Alright, we're just hoping for Alpha Rowletts. Alpha Rowletts, prefer my shine to have my own OT. And that's fine. That's completely understandable. Like I said, people have preferences, and I do not. Also, welcome back. You know, like I said, my counter argument is trading is like always an integral part of Pokemon games. Something that's been around for a while. So it's like, shows like how many people you've interacted with. It's why Wonder Trade I really enjoyed. I watched a video recently. That was something I was going to talk about last stream because it was like around that time. But I forgot. I wanted to talk about it because I think that the person in question, like, I don't think they thought through. Maybe they did, and like maybe I'm just like not. Maybe I saw the video in like a different light, but I feel like their goal was not met properly. I don't know how else to describe it. So it was a video, and maybe if you're a Pokemon fan, you probably have seen this video. I thought that would have been a Gold Rotom. That's fine. It was essentially talking about they would do like Wonder Trades from whatever game Wonder Trades was in. Is that X and Y? I think it was X and Y. And like, oh, why are you two alpha? They're both alphas. No! Alright, this is gonna be Rocklands! Please, please! No, no! I just dove into it. Run away, run away, run away. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, let's chill for a second. Let's chill for a second. They're exploding everywhere. Holy hell. Alright, let's chill for a second here. I just need to get the berries from y'all, please. Hold on, this is focus time. This is why are you exploding again? All right, this is for real, like, focus time. Got it. Okay, good. Get you. Hi. You take two? Really? Why are there so many of you? Okay. Whew. Okay, that was a little stressful. Excuse me. All right, back to what I was talking about. So it was essentially a video talking about the scam and like the biggest scams in like the Pokemon world, which is Pokemon that you would do Wonder Trade and they would be shiny Pokemon, but the shiny Pokemon would be obviously hacked. Oh, these trees are too far down. Durr. They'd be like hacked shiny Pokemon that you're just getting for free through the Wonder Trade. And it's like, you know, it goes into you traded like a Bidoof for like a shiny fucking Evital or something like that, Xerneas. Like, it's like something ridiculous, right? And the guy would, like, I guess checked 3 of the different websites that featured the hack shinies, and they was like, I don't recommend y'all like spend money to do this, but we're just gonna see if it's even like, if they do actually like follow through, if they listen, yada yada yada. First off, even for a video, I think giving the money is a terrible idea. But secondly, like, you openly said like what the websites are, so people are gonna go there and be like, oh, maybe I could just do this myself and buy my shinies, especially if they're kids. Like, kids are super impressionable. But thirdly, like, they were saying, like, you know, it's like a scam overall, which it definitely is. But that's if you buy the Pokemon from like that sort of website. If just throwing this out there, if you're doing Wonder Trade and you just happen to get a shiny, even if it's just like one that has its name changed to, I don't even think they changed the name. I think it's like the trainer card shows that it's like one of those ones. Like, okay, sure, it's probably a hack shiny at that point, but now you have a shiny. But as Sunny just pointed out, there's some people who, you know, they want to have their own like original trainer like values and tags on it and stuff, and I get that. But I'm just like, man, this would just make me want to Wonder Trade more, because if it's just filled with like hack shinies, bro, I'm catching every Bidoof in the goddamn land. And then getting all these like random ones. It's also not too hard to then reverse alter if you really care. But you didn't hear that from me. I don't know, just it's the catch-22 sort of like video is what I'd say. It's like you want to bring awareness to like a bad practice or something, but in doing so you're generating more traffic to said place, you know? And I've talked about this with like some of the Dead by Daylight stuff recently with there's a guy like Spook and Jukes who he makes a bunch of videos like, you know, essentially trying to like point out like toxic TTV players and Dead by Daylight. Completely fair, tries to like blur it out, but people still find them and like harass those type of people. And then he just got threatened to be like doxxed recently. And then found out who it actually is and is pressing charges and everything, which rightfully so. Good for them to do that. But like, it's like don't do this, don't do that, and it's just like, well, they're still gonna do it anyway, and you're just giving like more fuel to the fire. But it's also, once again, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't sort of situation in that aspect. So. Also, I now know probably the best way I want to do this pathing, so we should be fine. Whee! We just jump off right here. Also, speaking of DBD, I watched this one guy, just because he's very like analytical when it comes to like how everything works and has like a good understanding, but just people just think he's a jerk, when in actuality I just think he just understands what he's talking about, and people just don't want to understand what he's talking about, if that makes sense. It's Scott Jun. It's either Yund or Jun. If you play Dead by Daylight, it's like I still recommend watching his stuff, just because he does break it down and just kind of shows like the stupidity of a lot of like what the developers do, and you know, logically points out like why things are the way they are. But he also made a video recently where he was actually talking to the YouTuber whose community member is the one who doxed Freaking Jukes. And it's such a hard video to like watch. Like, I only got like 10 minutes in and I had to stop. Like, it's rough. Like, you ever think about like, man, how does this person like this exist? And like do they actually exist? How in the fuck am I about to try to catch you? Does that work? No. Can I do this? Let's just be real. Let's catch you. Sorry, I actually have to focus a little bit because this fucker is so impossible to catch. Thank you. Hooray! I don't need to catch that guy anymore. Excuse me. Now that changes the path again. I'll figure that out here in a moment. Regardless. Yeah, no, it's just there's some people out there who are just like kind of messed up in the brain and like, you know, are just, they're like jerks just to be jerks and like that's their entire personality or anything. But when you try to have like a legitimate conversation with them and they're making so like, that's just how they talk, like that's just who they are, it's like that's the part where it's just like, oh, you're just a wow, like it's just like a shocking sort of thing. It's just hard to watch. Kudos to anybody who like goes through and actually watches the interview, but I would even look through some of the comments, and some of them also were like, yeah, I can't watch it. It's just too, it's depressing to know that somebody like that exists. Like, oh, okay. Anywho. Okay, so Rimraid's actually our first new one for the day. Hour in. Not bad. How does that change the route? Because now the route gets shortened significantly. Because now I don't have to go up and around, and I don't need to go through the side. How do I... Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out now how I'm about to do this routing. Because now I have a chance of getting more starlies depending on how I do this. I mean, it would be nice if, like, I can get a shiny Burmy. If I can get a shiny Trash Burmy or Wormadam, then we're sitting in, like... We're sitting pretty. But I... Okay, these guys also have... fucking... Wait, hold on. How many do I have? 91? I don't really need this. Sorry, my brain just stopped for a second. My brain had to, like, contemplate everything I was about to do. Okay, so... I mean, I could just go from Coastlands Camp, go all the way through here, so that way we get the combis and potential Burmies, Eevee, and then go up and around. Oh, but then I have to go over here. You know what? That might actually be the play. So we start from Coastlands Camp, go over here, divert left after we get to the third island, and then go up and around. Then from here, we just go all the way up and around and then swing around. Okay. So that means that the last thing I have to do... realistically, we're just gonna leave. We don't need to worry about this. And let's be real, I don't really want to deal with catching more Starly than I have to. Anyway, so we're actually making good progress in the berry camp, but let's see. Ooh, fuck. Okay. I mean, Cornet. Cornet has the Rowletts, right? That's what I have to remind myself. Cornet has the Rowletts. Alright, there are Rowletts and Rotoms here. Okay. I think if either one of those are shiny, we just go. Okay, how do I want to do this? I guess we can just go here. What level are my Pokemon, by the way? Well, they're getting to 80. Nose Pass is also... there's no Nose Pass, right? I feel like I've, like, been somehow missing Nose Pass. That's the Ghastly, so I think it's up on that plateau there. Right. And it's down here. Come on, one of you want to be yellow. One of you want to be yellow. Crazy. That's unfortunate. That makes sense. If I could just survive. Where? Ow! Yeah. All right, so there is not a golden Rotom there. Feel pretty good about knowing that. And we know where the Rowletts are, so let's just rest, and then we don't have to worry about anything. By the way, in case anyone doesn't know, if you do that, you do save your loot. Interesting. Not what I was looking for, but you know, that's cool. Alright, chat, give me the luck of 1,000 cheeses. We're gonna get Rowlett. I'm gonna need it. Alright, when you see 2 Detrixes, you know you're in for a bad time. The Dojo's back. Nice. Well. Well. That didn't go well. I'm not catching the Rotoms again. We already saw what was going to happen. I don't think it takes a genius to figure out that none of those are gold. I mean, we did permutate them before. Part of me is thinking I should do it again, but we only need 2 more. It's not the biggest thing. Hippopotas. Nose past 1. Nose past 2. None of those are jumping. No shaking trees. I need to figure out what I'm doing for food today, too. Alright, there are 4 alphas right next to each other. Four of them. 4 of them, chat. That's what you would call a statistical anomaly right there. That 4 of them. And none of them are like... None of them are, like, always there. Those are new ones. That shaking tree is a fucking wormadam. We do not need it. Alright, Snover. Welcome to the team. Not having the greatest luck today. Mass outbreak. Here. straight up, if we... Here's the other question. Do I want to keep going here for Trash Wormy and Wormadam, or should I have been going to Cobalt Coastlands this entire time? I think because of the fact there's an Eevee here and there's like at least a lot more Eevee spots than there are hold on. I forgot this needs to be morning. There's only 2. You know, how long are we in every single area? Let's say like we're 5 minutes, maybe? I guess we don't hang around too long, especially with like space-time distortions. So. Is that to go FKO for a while? No worries. I'm just trying to think of how I want to do the rest of this. Does anyone have any good ideas for space-time distortion grinding, or is it just going to be hell? Probably is just going to be hell, honestly. So I'm thinking like Scarlet and Violet's gonna be my go-to for some of these. Luckily I don't have to worry about them for a hot second, so. Alright, 2 out. Once we get to 2 hours in the stream, why are you just standing there? We're gonna start like really focusing for Eevee and Rowlett. Like we will not end the stream until we get one of them. And there is an idea of how we can accomplish this. Don't ask why I just pressed plus while I was in the middle of jumping. Whee. So what have we got today? We got a Vulpix, Remoraid, Snover. Remoraid's the only one that's been, like, meaningful. My nose is starting to feel weird. Please? Nope. It's gonna be so weird going into like Scarlet and Violet or like any other Pokemon game after this one, because there's so little like emphasis on fighting. It's like, oh, by the way, Kit, you have to fight trainers. It's like, what? How do I do that? It's been so long. been so long. I mean, let's be real. Only one of these is worth going to. Coronado and Cobalt. The two that we're looking for, so. Excuse me. There is a basculin area. And there's a few Prinplups. Okay, hold on. We might have something good. I think we start the new path here, so we'll go here first. Penguins, I've seen so many of you. Let it be known, I've seen so many of you. One of you. At least one. I mean, at least one. If it already is a Napoleon, that would be even better, but, like, you don't need to. This is the next one we go to. I still need your berry. I do have a decent feeling about this, though. We are going to see something. I don't know what, but we will see something. I think we go down here. Come around this side. Nothing. Okay. Look this way. And then I could just do like a once around here. None of these trees. I mean, like, there's a chance for a combi. Alright, here's more. We hope for the best. Nothing? What? Okay, they're already gone. Sounds great. We're saving. I'm gonna save closer when we see a basculin, but there's a chance. Question, chat. Do we think I should permutate the Piplups if that ever happens? Piplups or Prinplups? Or do we say fuck it and just keep going with this? I think we should just keep going with this. Specifically because it's just adding to my... It's honestly faster that way. The permutation. See, it's faster, but it also means that I catch less. I still need to catch more in order to get, like, the rest of the grit gravel and everything that I need and the money. So it's like, do I take the faster way? Or do we just keep this up? Just a pit stop? Yeah, but I still need like a bunch of grits. That's the thing. So I'm not worried about swiftness right now. I still need to make sure that every single... Like, one, I need to make sure I have enough money to get enough candy. But I also need enough gravel in order to get everybody to the proper levels, you know? Here, gold fishy, fishy, fishy. Here, gold fishy, fishy. Nope. Also, the basculin just being for, like... What did that say at the top? Didn't read it. That's fine. The basculin having berries is so mean. Like, what are the odds of me catching a basculin fast enough? Other than the shiny one. Right, let's get over here. Alright, we are saving. Some Basculegions, actually. Fucking Leo fish. No! No! Just fucking leave with the berries in tow. So mean. Sonny, you're also the one that has, like, almost all the unknown, right? Shiny? Because I think we talked about it, that you're the one who went to, like, the ruins over and over again. Except D and T. Have you gone back since then? So you have 26 out of 27? Is that what it is? Did 20 last night. Got shiny Ghastly though. Hey, I got a shiny Ghastly last night too, I think? Or last time. Prior to that. Who knows? I do like this new pathing though that we got. Just the space rifts are going to be my least favorite thing. Oh look, it's Vulpix. I mean, I think Alabaster Icelands is just off the list. I think Alabaster Icelands full stop off the list of places to go. Vulpix and Ninetales. I regret to inform you that the very first Pokemon that we saw this stream was a shiny Vulpix, non-alpha. I felt like that was pertinent information to say to the class. Literally the first thing we saw was a shiny Vulpix, and I'm like, man, if Sunny was here, Sunny would be upset. At least it's not an alpha. Because then my response to that was, I know I'd have one. I'd offer to trade, and they would say no. I mean, I think your easiest chances, because the alpha is already up there in that one area, like that's just probably the best place to go if you want to grab it. some shiny resets. Nice. I need it to be daytime, otherwise this is gonna suck. My stomach is growling. Excuse me. God, when was the last time I ate? I don't think I ate since lunch yesterday. What do I get for lunch? Neko was telling me that pizza sounded good. I'm surprised my roommates are back. I thought they were doing like a rave or something today. Also, I'm not saying anything. I'm just not gonna say it. Hello, Vulpix. Hooray! We found the mass outbreak. Luckily, none of them were alphas or shinies. So everything is saved. 3 woof woofs in a row. We've been blessed by the 3 woof woofs. Chat, let it be known. That means that we're guaranteed a shiny Basculin. So much so that once I'm out of range of these Tentacool, I'm saving. For harassment. That's fair. Wouldn't be the first time something like that's happened. Certainly won't be the last. All I can say is poor King Cheese, our good modern friend. The amount of times that they ask for something to not happen on stream only for it to happen immediately after. See, now I just want to keep checking the Alpha Ninetales here just out of like morbid curiosity, but because I don't care about it, I don't want to make it worse. So I'm going to just keep avoiding it for the time being. I also gotta say, I'm not too into the know about like Twitch emotes and everything. Like we haven't updated my emotes in like quite some time. I think the one that you keep using is LOL, which that is probably the one that gives me like the most warm-heartedness every time I see it. I don't know how to really explain it, just because I know. I like, not personally, of course, but knowing who that emote is of just makes me happy. And then simultaneously just makes me miss them all the more. It's the laughing one that you have. It's of Total Biscuit. The guy who's like laughing, the ones I used like recently. Back in the day, and this, we're talking like World of Warcraft, back like Cataclysm. I watched Total Biscuit non-stop. I watched every WTF series he did. I watched all of his Azeroth dailies. Magicka, Terraria, like everything that man did, I would watch fully. Like he, out of like all the inspirations I have for like making content and streaming and like what I want to do, I think his is like up there next to like Blaze of like the two. Blaze being an actual friend of mine. But TB being like also really up there. And unfortunately he passed due to cancer. You know, like, gosh, it's been 6 years or so now, 5 or 6 years. And I'll still go back and wait, who did? So that emote is of a YouTuber named Total Biscuit. That laughing emote. He passed away from cancer about I want to say about 5 years ago. Heard something. Is it the Mantike? Is that the Mantike? Sorry, we'll continue this thought process here in a moment. It's YouTube, more so. But yeah. Hold on, am I not the only one who heard that? Son of a bitch, you're not even a Mantike. Hey, fucking please. Okay. Yeah, so it's Total Biscuit. He used to be he also used to be a StarCraft 2 commentator. Is also what they were known for. But also like he had like a big podcast with Jesse Cox and Press Start to Continue. Super nice guy, and like, well, probably like not like like at the time like as massive as like some of like the big ones. He just, the amount of like stuff he did and the impact that he had on like various websites is just incredible. And I'll still like every now and again I'll go back and I'll actually end up watching some of his old content. I'm getting like teary-eyed thinking about it. I'm sorry. I always see like various comments about it, like when I watch some of Jesse's stuff. I'm just referencing the fact of like, what would Total Biscuit think? Because he was big about like, not even just like game preservation and everything too, but like, you know, making sure that games were consistently good, that they were made, you know, to a good degree that it can be like, that people would enjoy them and didn't want like scam games to be out and about, you know? And just seeing how gaming is nowadays with like companies like not wanting to do anything for game preservation and just like being just general pieces of shit. Like I've seen comments about it on like various videos where it would be like, man, if Total Biscuit was still around, he would be the one to like reach out to the gonna go over here right now. He would be able to reach out to like some of the developers and like open up like a channel to like talk and like, you know, because he wouldn't stand for like, you know, losing games and everything. And yeah, no, Overall, good guy. There's a lot of games that I probably wouldn't even have known about or played had it not been for him. Because he had his, what's known as the WTF series, like what the fuck is blank, and he would go on Steam and play just any random game and give it just a day in the limelight. That way, like, you can see, like, what the game actually is and if you should get it. And if, like, there was any issues with the game, like, he would address it and hope that, like, the developers would fix it, and most of the time they would fix it immediately. And it was all about, like, indie games, too. Like, God, he was such a good guy. It's why, like, part of the content I want to make is talking about games that just, you know, maybe no one's, like, played or is, like, flown under the radar. Like, I had an idea of, like, wanting to expand on his WTF Biz series idea, where instead of just, like, playing the game for, like, 20-30 minutes, it would essentially be playing quite a few different games in, like, a short, like, maybe an hour to 2 hour time span. And if any of those, like, caught my attention enough to where I wanted to, like, make, like, a full... Where? Oh. I would love to do something like that. Because I have so many, like, Steam games, right? I have, like, a ridiculous amount of Steam games. And... like, there's probably some where it's just, like, I'll play it for, like, 10 minutes and be like, this is awful. This is terrible. I don't want to touch this game again. I'll 100% it, but, like, it's not going to be worthy of, like, talking about it anymore. But then I'm going to play something. I'll be like, this shit is great. This is fantastic. Everyone should play this game. Like, something like that. I think there's only been a very few games that he's actually, like, done WTF is on and then actually turned into full series. Magica and Terraria being, like, the two biggest ones. This dog just farted in a room and left. Sounds about right. Dogs will do that. It's sentences like that that makes me kind of happy that I don't have a sense of smell. Oh my gosh, yesterday. So yesterday, this, we had somebody come, like, one of our, like, somebody had an appointment, they came in, and they, you know, I'm the one who usually has to check everyone in and out, so they're standing right in front of my, like, computer, so I can get them checked in, and I'm like, give me 1 second, I just have to, like, get everything pulled up, yada, yada, yada. And they're just like, man, your area smells fantastic. Like, it's like, I kind of just want to stand here for a bit. It smells so good. And they're going on for probably about, like, a minute and a half, while, like, they're also, like, signing paperwork and everything about how great it smells in my, like, my general desk area. And I'm, like, looking at them, like, I guess forlornly would be, like, the best way to put it, where I'm just, like, it's just, like, sad kit face, essentially. Because I don't have a sense of smell, so, like, I don't know what they're talking about. So they're going on, and then finally, like, at the end, they're just like, is that you who smells like that? Like, Kate, don't you smell like this beautiful smell? And one of these just, like, walks up as, like, she's talking about it. And, like, gives me this, like, sly grin, like, ah, yes, another one that Kit's gonna have to tell. And I'm like, unfortunately, I don't have a sense of smell, so I have virtually no idea what you're talking about. And she just gave me this, like, sad look, like, oh, okay. Well, I just wanted to let you know that your area smells fantastic. And I'm like, thank you? Oh. Oh, man. It's so funny whenever that happens. How do I not have a sense of smell? So it's not entirely true. I have like probably a very, very small like sense of smell. Like my nose is mostly stuffed from how bad my allergies are. For reference's sake, I'm allergic to most animals and pretty much all of nature. So my nose growing up has just always been stuffed. Like I've had to blow my nose. Tissue manufacturers must love me because of how many tissues I end up having to go through. Especially before like I was starting to take medication that actually helped. But in the past it like never would. So my nose was always stuffed. And I think it got to the point where like having a nose just stuffed all the time just reduced my sense of smell to just insane degrees. Like it's bad to the point where like we even like taking out garbage or anything, like some people are like, oh, that shit smells nasty, and I'm just standing there like holding the bag, like staring at it like, I'll take your word for it, sure, I guess it smells, but I can't smell it. But like my alternative, that's fine. Like the alternative that I could like describe would be like more or less tasting the air. So if I like inhale like deeply, oh, I'm gonna get a whiff of something that probably is not great. But if you like show me like flowers or something, first off, I'm gonna start like turning bright red. But if you like spray perfume and then just have me sniff, like you're just gonna hear like the nastiest fucking snort ever. And then me just like looking at them like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like it's, I just like, it's bad. I just popped my ears by trying to do that on stream. Ow. Okay, sometimes that tree could be a wormadam. Good to know. We did find out like semi-recently, and by semi-recently, like the past few months, that it has affected my sense of taste. Because Doge Alley and I, we tried to figure out like if with me not having like a sense of smell or a very subdued one, if like my sense of taste was affected, and they really want to get me to like eat eggs because that would help with like a lot of the recipes. And we came to the conclusion that because of like my sense, like lack of sense of smell, I probably have never like actually tasted eggs, and it's just the texture of the eggs is what gets me, and I can't eat it. So we were trying to come up with ways. This was far in the past, but nowadays, like, I think we kind of dropped it. We're trying to figure out a way of me like being able to eat eggs that's not going to be like with that texture, especially if I can't taste it properly. So omelets don't work. I've tried omelets, and like I still just end up like spitting it out pretty quickly. But then again, like these aren't like homemade omelets or anything. Like it's mostly just me going to like a diner and getting an omelet. But I've tried. I have tried to eat an omelet, and to no avail. They also have poked fun at me about the fact that I put like an insane amount of spices whenever oh, this is nighttime. God, I'm dumb sometimes. Hold on. His garlic and peppers and homemade his best. We're trying to get better at like breakfast here. I say we're, it's Allie and Doge mostly. Like for me, I'm still like not cook savvy. I don't really help out in the kitchen too much. I don't really do much in this house anymore. I just pay rent, help fix some things if need be, and then just exist. Which probably not that good for my roommates, but you never know. But anywho, Allie did try to make they tried to do like a whole bunch of like breakfast stuff the other day for dinner, and it was really good. I have learned that I don't know, the bacon was the only part that was weird, but other than that, like, it was pretty decent. I kind of want to go to a diner. Popular breakfast in England. I need to get better at eating, is the thing. But when you're in like deep debt that like I'm in, because I explained it, Cassie asked the other day, another modern friend, like the full story about the debt, just to get like an understanding. And it's not something I've talked about, like I've alluded to some things on stream now and again, but haven't like openly talked about it. And I already know that my options for it is essentially, I have 3 options, and one of them is luck-based, and the other 2 is depressing, so I'm not doing the other 2. But I feel like if I was in like a better, I don't know. I don't talk about like world stuff or like nation stuff, right, that much. Like I just kind of like let it happen and just, you know, whatever happens happens. But I was talking with another different patients every single time, but we were talking about the fact that they were just like, oh man, everything's expensive, and I was like, yeah, can't really do too much about that. And they're just like, well, you know, I've worked in this like industry sort of before, and like I've seen how this all goes. Give it like 3 or 4 years, everything's gonna be pretty much crumbling back down. It's gonna be a tough year, one of those years. I was like, okay, I hope you're right, because it would be nice to have like cheap groceries and everything, but I don't know. The groceries that I buy is like, I buy water, soda, 2 loaves of bread. Like, that's it. Like, I need to figure out like some good, like maybe cheaper like grocery stuff to do, so that way I can actually eat. See, like, I would love to have like beans and toast, right? And like the sausage links. Tomatoes not my best. Oh, those look so good, and I'm hungry. Yeah, but that's what the patient I was talking to was saying, is like, give it like 3 or 4 years, and then like groceries would be probably back to being cheaper. I'm just like, I don't know how you know that, but you said that with so much confidence that I believe you. And maybe that's just called copium right there, but. And I've talked about this before, but I even referenced the fact that there was like a report done somewhere that said that people would rather be dead than broke. And that's just terrifying. Yeah, no, I see that. Or I'm really hungry. I just don't, I know I can't keep eating out. That's like the thing. Because that's, I know, where a lot of my money keeps going to. But like, what are you gonna do? Okay. So we're 2 hours into the stream. Do we full steam ahead try to get Eevee? Or should I still just keep doing like the look everywhere stuff that I've been doing? Noodles? Yeah, I know I might want to invest in like ramen. Like I used to eat ramen and rice a bunch. Maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I can do like a ramen and rice meal that I used to do in the past. Because what I would do is make pretty shitty rice. It was microwaved rice. Then make ramen and then just mix it. Real ramen? You think I can afford real ramen? I wish. We did also do Spam. But like Spam is also starting to get expensive. So I figured if I do like rice and ramen, like maybe that would work. The new noodle packs and put your own stuff in it. When you say noodles, are we talking like spaghetti noodles? Like, are we trying to go al dente? I'm a notoriously bad cook. I almost set a kitchen on fire making mac and cheese. So like okay, real ramen blossy, amazing. Start saving money and visit Japan. Fucking, I'm trying. Listen, I have this is the serious time with Kit. I do have goals. Like I kind of put off this air a lot of the time that I don't have goals. I'm just kind of along for the ride until fucking Grim Reaper decides that it's Kit's time. But like I do have goals. Like I wrote down 5 of them. It's in my backpack, which is in my car. But I believe I remember them. One is, funny enough, to visit Japan. I do want to visit Japan at some point because I feel like that would be great to see just a different culture and just see like amazing stuff. 2 is to get out of debt, and I'm not going to go into the specifics, but my debt's pretty large. And that's not like student loan debts, like that's also included into it. It's just a mix of slightly bad decisions and then just people being horrible. 3rd is I want to give my parents, specifically my parents, as much as I, you know, give them shit and stuff a lot of the time, they're still family. I still want to give my parents at least a good vacation. They did want to go to Europe at some point, but they can't because my brothers. My dad's talked to me about it before, and I do want to like have them go on that vacation before my dad passes. He might have some bad news. 4 is I do want to, and this is like the one that always like I feel like sounds dumb to a lot of people, but it's one that means a lot to me, which is wanting to be a successful content creator, but not in the sense of, oh, Kit's making fucking hundreds of thousands of dollars and spending it on random bullshit. Nah, I want to be successful enough to where the content that I make not only helps people, but makes people happy and laugh and also help them out in some way, shape, or form. And then my 5th goal is buying a house myself. Whether it's with a partner or not, probably not, knowing my luck. But I would like to also buy a house. People love shiny hunting. But that's the thing is I want to make, like, I've talked about what I want my content to be because I have a bunch of different ideas. And I'm always like a idea. Cool. Also, if anyone's like, hey, didn't you want to write in the future? I do, but that's an easy goal to achieve. Like that's not. We could add on to the goals later, but those are the top 5. The type of content that I want to do, I already know what I want to do. It's a mix of writing the scripts and actually putting them together in videos. Do I have a lot of the footage that I need for the videos? Yes, they're all ready to go. Do I have an editor that's willing to help me out? Yes. He's just also super busy right now, but I need to work with him. Do I know how to edit videos? Not even a little bit, and I don't have the time for it right now. Unless y'all don't want to see streams for probably like a month or so. There are ideas. There's plenty of ideas. There's even a few scripts that are now made. I don't want to do like something that like doesn't mean much is I think the big thing. Because if I just post like shiny hunting reactions, like that's just lame and like so short term that it would just make me look super greedy and scummy at the end of the day. I want to do like legit shit. Spring and I are still talking about doing the Nikkei channel, which like we are still going to do the Nikkei channel. That's something that's going to happen, and I'm super excited to talk about that game series for however long. Never be a sellout? Oh, I'm never going to. Like I'm still going to stay true to myself. That's why I don't want to take the easy path, right? To get to do this and make content. Like, sure, there's gonna be like people who are gonna sponsor, but I only would want to sponsor something that I would like actually believe in, rather than like, oh, take the easy Raid Shadow Legends shit. It's like, no. Like, I don't play Raid Shadow Legends. I have no interest in it. They might give good money, but like, no. But if somebody like reaches out and is like, hey, there's this, and I'm like, fuck it, I'm already playing that. Oh, hell yeah. Sponsor, like, go. Like, that'd be sick. But I'm also like not gonna do like shitty videos that like, oh, this will give me like 100,000 views, but is like just to appeal to like kids who are just super impressionable. Like, no, I'm not doing that. Like I've talked about it before, my mix of ideas that I have right now is showing off mastering games and like what I would consider like mastering a game in like a challenge sense. That's not a speed run. How many berries do I have? 86. I don't think I need to go for those at all. Yeah, I am going to be playing what I like. I do want to do, once again, like 100% guides for like casual players. So that way you don't have to feel like you have to like rush through a game or like have a super difficult time. Like there are ways around 100%ing, and that's what I want to express in like the Dead by Daylight video I'm making. This game, you know, I'm making the video about just the Path of Solitude, and really the shiny Pokemon for the Path of Solitude are just the backdrop for the actual, what I would see is the interesting part. Hades, we're doing, you know, max full completion run, what I would consider 100%ing. You know, maybe in the future we could do the challenge run of Kit's an Idiot and forgot to switch this to daytime. My bad. Because, like, I'm a mix of inspired by, like, Total Biscuits videos for, like, WTF is, where I do want to, at some point, like, show off games that hardly anyone's covering, and whether, you know, maybe you should, like, give it a try, or maybe you shouldn't. 100%ing games, just, once again, the big kickoff for it, and I've talked about this in the past, is when I played Funko Fusion, where, like, I already knew I wanted to do 100%ing games and, like, helping people through it, but that game actively made me so angry that if people wanted to speedrun the game, I truthfully, wholeheartedly believe that the route that I found is the fastest route, bar none, without glitches. If you end up doing glitches, then okay, there's probably a faster route if you're doing like any percent. But like the route that I made out of just pure anger and malice because of just how shitty the game is, especially for like a 100% run. Oh, it was Probably with some of my finest work. But then there's other games that, like, I feel like some people need to talk about, of like why you shouldn't, you know, try to like 100% the game in like the easiest way possible, right? Like this game, for example. I think you should just vibe with this game, play through the story, have a good time. Like, don't try to like rush catching everything like right off the bat. Just catch what you see, play the game how you want to until you get to the end, get to the post game so you get to the mass outbreaks, and then use that as your like your catalyst is probably the best way to put it. There's probably a better way though. To like then start like shiny hunting or anything if you want to do it. This post-game Path of Solitude, let's just be real. There's very little reason to why you would do this post-game. There's virtually no reason. So to catch one Pokemon in this game. And then the challenge mode stuff that I have, like challenge runs. There's so many ideas. I just hope that people like enjoy it once it's finally out, because I know it will come out eventually. It's just gonna take some time. You do a no catch challenge in this game? See, and that's the thing, is like you could say you could do a no catch challenge in this game, but Johnstone already did that. One of my friends just was like, I'm sorry for cheating on Nikkei with this game. Is that even possible, though? You have to catch 5 Pokemon. I believe it was found. Like, if you want to... Beating this game requires you to catch Mons. Yeah, but if you want to, like... I think you have to catch, like, 5 minimum. Because you're forced to catch 3. You have your starter, which... I think has to be Rowlett? I think it's either Rowlett or Oshawott. I know it's not Cyndaquil. And then you catch Chatot, and those 5 get you to the end of the game if you just only focus on their entries, including like when you evolve them. But for those who have seen this playthrough 3 years ago, I mean, I played this game completely wrong. Because I stayed in the Obsidian Fieldlands for... it has to have been like 100 hours at least. Not only catching everything, but also like... yeah, not only catching everything, but also battling and maxing out everything's Pokedex just through that. And then we found Thickums. And then also Cassie the Red Gyarados, because I didn't understand how to catch the flying Pokemon that were like up in the air. So we spent, it had to have been an hour, right? I think it was an hour like lining everything up to catch this Red Gyarados. Do a Nuzlocke. I'm not like sighing like dejectedly at the idea, if that's what you're thinking. Sorry, I'm trying to choose my words like very carefully. we're doing. I've done a randomizer Nuzlocke once, and I've done 2 regular Nuzlocks. And I know there's different variations of Nuzlocke, but I think they're stale. And then people like to put their own spin on Nuzlocks, right? Where they, you know, here's a soul lock, here's a gender lock, here's a like Pokemon Nuzlocke, like a Pokelock or something like that. Like there's all these like different like subsidiary rules that you can do, and I feel like there's better challenges you can do that you can come up with that people have not done yet. That's what I like about like content like challenge runs of games, is that there is always something that you can try. There's always something new you can do. Is it the most interesting? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. You could say, can you beat the entirety of Pokemon Legends Arceus with just a Rowlett? Okay, you max out the Eevees of a Rowlett and like play through the game. I mean, technically you might have a chance. But, you know, the way that my brain works, especially with what I came up with for my Dead by Daylight, like, mastery run, and I like, okay, there's challenge runs, right? It's where, like, you challenge yourself and, like, play through it. But I want to do what I would call mastery runs, because I'm inspired by a lot. There is a website called The Backloggery, where if you have the time, you could put every single game that you ever have played or own in this, like, essentially website, and you can keep track of, like, the games you've beaten, completed, and, like, rate them and go from there. And they don't have it in the new version of the Backloggery. And they had at one point something called Mastering a Game. Wait, ad break? Damn. That's actually a good time for me to get a drink of water. Give me a second. Back. Cool. 1 second. Sorry, okay. So in the former version of the Backloggery, they had something called Mastering a Game. Where they said there's no definitive definition similar to completion of mastering a game, but this is something that you would say that you would do to prove that, like, you know this game better than most. I was like, that sounds cool, but, like, how would you do that? And I thought about it for, like, a few games. Mastering a game would be, you know, I would say doing, like, a shiny living dex. As much as I hate shinies, I would still say that would be mastering the game, because you have the rarest form of every single Pokemon, right? While doing 100% completion stuff, you have the rarest form of everything. That would be mastering in this game. And I always, way back when, would try coming up with different ideas on what mastering would look like for each game that I played. And some are super simple. Some you would say, like, I would say on, like, Hades, for example, just referencing the games that I'm, like, currently playing on stream. For Hades, doing a max heat run, as in, like, the hardest difficulty, and beating that's mastering the game. But I also don't think speedrunning the game, and that's where, like, the fine line comes, is because, like, there would be an argument. How do you hate Shinimons, though? They look different, and that's it. Like, I just don't care much for them. In a casual sense, I never really cared for them, and as a content creator, I'm really just getting them so you have something interesting to look at when we're doing the Path of Solitude. Like, they don't give you additional stats or anything. They don't give you better, like, natures or, like, max IVs or anything. They're just a different color. They're just a time sink to do that. Sorry, I already ranted about this, like, twice earlier. And I feel like I'll be doing it for a third time, so. But, all in all, though, like, the idea for mastering games, you could say, like, speedrunning would be mastering a game, like, playing through the game really fast. And I think doing, like, 100% speedrun. Hold on. Excuse me, sneezing. Doing, like, 100% speedrun, I guess, would, like, show, like, some level of mastery, but it's also just playing the game, like, super fast. And you're probably, like, using glitches, and I try not to, when I'm coming up with, like, my mastery ideas, using glitches, I'm, like, trying not to use. There's quite a few ideas that I have for, like, how I would want to show off that I'd truly, like, master a game after, like, 100% completion. But also with 100% completion, like, that entire tagline alone also is up to debate for a lot of different games. This is going to sound blasphemous in 2025 because of what ended up happening with this one content creator that I'm about to talk about. But referencing The Completionist, another inspiration, you know, until the charity stuff that happened. I liked how The Completionist broke down completing games, even pointing out how ridiculous some of the requirements were for completing games. He still completed them in what I would say is a sufficient description of completing the game. Would it take an insanely long time to do most of the ways that he completed games? Absolutely. And I would, if I have the time and do this full time, like, I would absolutely put aside the time to do it. And sure, there are just absolutely, like, stupid explanations for what, like, 100% completion would be. 100% completion is 100% completion. Like, there shouldn't be any, like, leeway towards it, you know? But then, you know, it's up to, there's some discussion that could be had. So, like, we could talk about 3 different games. I think it's a good description of, like, 100% completion. Actually, we'll do 4. Dark Souls 1, this game, Pokemon Legends Arceus, Dead by Daylight, and Kirby and the Crystal Shards. What would you say is 100%ing this game? For those who have played Pokemon Legends Arceus, just a question to think about. What would you consider is 100% completion of this game? My guess would be that a lot of players would say doing every single task in the Pokedex and getting the shiny charm and doing every single quest. Doing all the post-game quests too and everything. But, like, specifically the requests. So I'm not talking like Path of Solitude or anything. I would say that it's doing all the Pokedex and then all of these, oops, if I press Y here, all the missions and all the requests right here, like doing all of those. That would be what my assumption of what a standard player of Pokemon Legends Arceus would say is 100%. My definition Doing all the Pokemon to get the research that says and above is ridiculous. I mean, that's fair. That you could definitely say that it's ridiculous, but like that's the thing is 100% completion is a ridiculous task. There's a reason why a lot of the time in the completionist videos he says don't complete this game, just beat it or finish it. Like don't 100% complete it because it's not worth your time. And that's fair. But I also like once again, I am a completionist as well, and I will put aside the time to 100% games to their completion, max completion. Doesn't matter how long it takes. Like I do want to do that. My take on 100%ing this game, I would agree doing every single task to perfection, doing every single request. However, I would say that doing the Path of Solitude in this game counts because it gives you a check mark on your Pokedex. And if you don't believe me, that's the only one we've done so far is Lopunny. You get that mark. It doesn't mean anything other than you did their Path of Solitude. Doesn't mean anything. But I would still say that is for 100% completion is doing all of that. But that would be what I would add for 100% completion. There is an argument that can be made, though, on does getting a shiny living dex count? Why does that matter? Because on this Pokedex page, you can switch the color. Also something that you can say, there's also alpha colors. If we go to Golem here, we have different colors, but we also have alpha with that color. That is a different part of the Pokedex. Regular alpha, shiny alpha. Regular, shiny. There would be some people, believe it or not, who would say that getting all the different variations and all the different forms in shiny, in their shiny form, including getting every single Shalfa, also counts. And keep in mind, there's also different forms depending on what sex the Pokemon is. Whether it's a male Pikachu and female Pikachu tails are different. You'd have to get a Shalfa male Pikachu and a Shalfa female Pikachu, because those are two different ones. So, like, where do you draw the line on what 100% completion is for Pokemon Legends Arceus? And I don't think there is a clear-cut line. You could easily say doing everything, and I would agree with you, but then it's like, who has the time to do that? And really, at the end of the day, content creators are somebody who, you know, does this for like money or like a living, would be more inclined to do something like that, because that way they can show that off and show what it would look like for only their own personal fulfillment, but also to like make a video on it, right? And perfecting the entire dex, honestly, I think it's way easier than people like to give credit for. They say it's like super time consuming. It is time consuming, but you have to like take a look at the tasks and figure out what you can like combine most of them to do. I was considering at one point doing a video talking about like maybe consider like what I would see as one of the fastest ways to like perfect the dex if you're worried about time. But there's so many like different permutations on like how you could do that. So, you know, you have to kind of weigh your options there. Now, that's only one game. Let's talk about Dark Souls. If you're trying to 100% Dark Souls, what does that look like? Well, I think if I recall for Dark Souls 1, there's 9 new game pluses. But if you new game plus after 9, the game just keeps going, so it's technically endless. So doing all 9 new game pluses, that would probably count. But then also maxing out every single stat. I believe every single stat goes to 99. that would count. Getting every single weapon and variation of weapon would count for 100% completion. Getting every single achievement, maxing out every single, what is it, sector? I forget what they're called. Like where you like, there's praise the sun, there's the sunbro one, there's a bunch. Like what would you classify as 100% completion in that aspect, you know? And then where do you set the bar to then turn it to like mastering the game? Now let's look at an easy one, Kirby and the Crystal Shards. Kirby and the Crystal Shards is a game that exists. That is a game that exists. It is an N64 game where you play as Kirby, and there are collectibles there to just collect a bunch of different crystal shards and make it to the end of the game. And if you pull up a 100% speedrun of the game, it is collecting, by their definition, 100% is collecting all the crystal shards and beating the final boss of the game. However, there is something in the game that is said is not needed for 100% completion because it takes too long, but I would say would count. And that's the enemy cards. In Kirby and the Crystal Shards, at the end of a level, you play a little mini game. And if you played a Kirby game, you know, like there's little mini games to get like HP back or like an extra life or something. Like there is, there is like these mini games that you can do to get like extra lives and stuff. Cool. But in Kirby and the Crystal Shards, you actually can get an enemy card in that minigame. And it's random, but I believe once you get it once, like you don't need to get it again. And according to the 100% completion for speedrunning, they say that you don't need the enemy cards. That's not 100% completion. That's just extra stuff. And then I think about that sentence and I'm like, what? But isn't extra stuff also for 100%? Like, what? I also completely forgot the fourth game I was going to talk about, but I'm switching it to holy crap. I'm trying to think of a game. I'm switching it to Fire Emblem Three Houses. Fire Emblem Three Houses, you know, you can date every single character if you want to. You have to do at least 4 different runs of the game, but there's also difficulty. So does beating every single path in the hardest difficulty, does that count? Like what if you do it on medium difficulty? Like, does that count? There's always so many what ifs. I want to make videos like kind of saying what my version would be and then going from there. Yeah, no, I do listen, I'm fine. And that's the thing. And then we do full circle back to shiny hunting and like Pokemon Legends Arceus. 100% Bloodborne, you 100% Bloodborne DLC. Nicely done. I would want to make videos, like I know part of my content would be showing off what my definition of 100%ing is and how I would say what would be the easiest way for a casual player who wants to complete games to achieve it. That is what I want the core of my content to be. Because time is precious. I don't want to waste time doing random stuff. I know I'm technically wasting time looking for shinies when let's be real, I could have just done the Path of Solitude without it. But I will concede in a video sense, I think it would be more interesting if we had the shinies. Now, how do I get the shinies? Fucking, I don't mind if it's trading, if PassKit decided to use illicit methods to get it, or I just get it legitimately. I don't care. Like, it's just something cool to look at, right? I would like I would want to show off like what I think would be the fastest way to get through it to help people out. Have a good night, War. Take it easy. I should be streaming quite a bit today. I'm just like I need to get food later on, but I'm looking for some new shinies, so we'll get there. Oh hi, Wormadam. You know what? I'm adding a goal that I would like to do that I think would be utterly ridiculous. I think it would be stupid to do. I think it would be full send a dumb idea. But if I grow my community enough to where we have like if we grow the community enough to where we have like a bunch of people who play Arceus, I don't have a Discord that actually works, Sonny. Actually, Neko fixed it all, so I might have an invite. Hold on. I used to not have a Discord anymore, and then I got convinced to do it. Hold on. Out of that, and then I press this, and then I press this. So, I mean, this is the old-ish Discord. Yeah, so how do I put it? Let me do that should work. I would think. It's one way to communicate when you go live and get to know your community. Yeah, so this is the link I just posted, that is the third Discord I think I've ever had? Question mark? I'm not too good about like making Discord servers or anything. The first one was poorly made. We just scrapped it. The second one I didn't even technically own, and I got kicked out of technically after I got into a fight with the owner about it. And then this one was made by a former friend who I used to play Dead by Daylight with. They aren't part of the community anymore. They left, and I got into such a bad headspace with like content and everything just because of like, not me being bad about content, but just like losing friends a lot of the time, and just I would like try to connect with like other streamers, just we play similar games, and then it just things would not go well. Excuse me. So I kind of just stopped, and then friend and fellow streamer Neko Andromeda, she convinced me to essentially start it back up again. So I'm slowly, very slowly trying to get it back up and running. It's quite a mess right now, but well, I'll make it work in the future. There's a lot that I'm trying to, to do. But what I was saying though is one of my, I hope that link worked, by the way. I don't know if it did. There used to be a permanent one. We gotta find that one. What was I gonna say? Brain. Oh, if I ever do Arceus, like, if I want to fully say that I complete Arceus, and I have a community that, like, is big enough that they all have Legends Arceus, I think it would be a funny thing to try is working with the community to try to catch and get the first, like, maybe it's not the first, but it would feel like the first, like, actual completed Pokedex, all forms, all shiny alpha, like, information, like, everything. And have it be, like, complete, like, and it wouldn't be me grinding, like, just try to catch, like, not even 28 shiny regular unknown, but also 28, like, shiny alpha unknown. But what if we had, like, a community effort of just, like, essentially trading back and forth, where it would all be streamed, so that way you show that it'd be trading back and forth of just, like, yeah, if I did it myself, that's the only thing I'm doing for the rest of my life. Like, I'm playing this game for the rest of my life. I need to figure out a way to, like, automatically pay rent with, like, not making any money. Like, if I would do that myself, just, like, legitimately catching it, that's the rest of my life, and then I'd be known as the idiot who just caught every single shiny alpha and unknown and shiny alpha unknown for the Pokedex. Like, I don't want that to be my legacy. But if we were to have, like, a community rally and just have, like, a whole bunch of people catching Pokemon and then trading with me, and we just trade back and forth, so that way, like, it goes in the Pokedex and then trade it back. Like, that way I'm not keeping the Pokemon. It's being documented in the... That's not much a real challenge. And I'm not saying I'm doing it as a challenge, though. I'm just saying that it would be interesting to at least have that. And just make it like a whole, like, kind of community thing. Because let's be real, there's getting the Shalfa Unknowns, that's going to be, like, fucking rough and a half. But it'd be, like, a nice, like, hey, let's all, like, see if we can make this, like have it be shown off. If somebody's going to try to catch all of them themselves, more power to them. I'll see them in, like, 40 years as they're trying to do that. But just to say that, like, I have it, yeah. But that's why I'm saying, like, having a... Seriously? Okay. I guess we're doing this. It's here. Yeah, finding a regular shiny unknown, but, like, let's say you just get the, like, get a full community, like, support, right? And you have, like, a few viewers who have, like, Shalfa unknowns that you just trade back and forth, right? Then it's a matter of, can we get that Pokedex just through, like, trades and everything? Like I said, if somebody wants to do it themselves and not have to trade or anything, I'll see you in 40 years while you try to get every single shiny alpha unknown. I think it would just be a good community, like, get together sort of thing. Wouldn't be anytime soon. We're not that big of a community, but... Also, I don't know if that Discord link worked, if you wanted to join the Discord, Sonny. But feel free if you want to. I have so many just random ideas. Join the Discord? Did it just not... Is the welcome thing just no longer working? I swear at one point it said that... At one point, there used to be, like, a whole welcome thing. Oh, that probably broke after Rick left. That makes so much sense. I'll have to figure out how to fix it. I've never been good at making Discord servers. But I hope to... I'm feeling really good about the Dead by Daylight script I made and I edited recently. When it comes to the Pokemon one I'm making, that one I'm feeling pretty good about recently. I got a few more. It's more recording the audio, and then I got to work with Derps about maybe editing it. All right, so that's all three, right? Yeah. No gold Magnemite. All right, do I catch all of these? I could. It's gonna give me a bunch of rocks. I don't need to. We're just gonna stand here and see if we get anything. Yeah, that's concerning. I believe I already have a shiny Flareon, so hopefully that doesn't show up. You don't see me. Really, it's just gonna be Eevee or bust. I don't think Magnemite shows up. Like, as a random one. Please don't float into me. Yeah, these space-time distortions, I wish we could just, like, get these easily, but it doesn't work. Oh, Mr. Mime, please sit down. Please sit down. I want to see you sipping that fucking tea. I want to see you sip that tea, Mr. Mime. It's the funniest sit-down animation ever. Oh. He's just sitting in a frickin' beach chair. That's Ash's dad, bro? True. We all know his mom fucked a Mr. Mime. Or Mr. Mime fucked her. That's why he's 12 forever. He's actually a Pokemon. Why doesn't Ash age? It's because he's a Pokemon. Have you ever tried catching Ash Ketchum? I think there's probably a episode of somebody throwing a Pokeball at Ash and catching him. Right? It's probably one. And if there's not, maybe the reason why there's not is because that would reveal the truth. Welcome to the conspiracy theorists of that Ash Ketchum is actually a Pokemon and just can't be registered in a Pokedex. They don't want to admit what Mr. Mime has done. Gosh, there's so many episodes of that Pokemon anime. I need to get back into watching anime. They have Stripper Bunny in Pokemon? Are we talking about... Well, by the way, did you know about Vaporeon? Anyway, we talking about Lopunny? Or is there a different bunny? Lopunny? Just need to get into a show. Anime wise, I did want to watch it's My Dress Up Darling. That looks like such a cute anime. It's gonna make my heart happy and sad at the same time. It's so good. I've heard. I need to convince my roommates that so I can use their Crunchyroll login to watch it. I also need to find a place, like, even though I've played Danganronpa before myself and I've also like watched the anime and everything, I need to find a place to watch the Danganronpa 1 anime As well as Danganronpa 3 anime, just because I just watched both of those on YouTube. I like to watch those like legitimately. I don't know, I've been like really wanting to watch like slice of life anime lately. I don't know why. I just do. Is Crunchyroll subscription based? I think so. I think Doge uses one of his friends' Crunchyroll to watch stuff. And then Ellie was offering for me to use hers as long as I made like a different profile. And I was like, yeah, I would. To be honest, I think the most recent anime I watched was Cautious Hero. And that was years ago. The Cautious Hero is also like super funny and I really enjoyed it. Alright, I'm starting to feel hungry. Best subscription I ever have. I think Yokai Watch does count as anime, right? I would say so. Yeah, Yokai Watch, it's big in Japan, but I think some people would call it a better version of Pokemon. I think that's what the games are, because I think the games are supposed to be like just better versions of Pokemon. But there's also like some differences. I don't remember the whole gist. Yeah, they're on my list of stuff to stream, Blossy, and make videos on. Pal World is a better version of Pokemon, and then there's another company that made Pal Land that's trying to be a better version of Pal World, which is just kind of funny that they are trying to one-up each other. It's like a dick measuring contest for some reason. I gotta get back into Power World though too. Like, so many games to play. Like the stream series for this game ends once I get like the remaining shinies that I need, and then we do the Path of Solitude. Like once I have that footage, oh, we can go full fucking send. And then we can stream Pokemon Violet and Scarlet, and it'll be great. Then we got Hades I still got to play through. Dead by Daylight I still need to record killer footage. So many games to get through and play. That's why I feel bad every single time I like get home from work and fall asleep, is because it's like, Kit, you need to start working on the footage. You need to start getting all this stuff for the videos that you're trying to make, so that way you can put them on YouTube. And then, you know, people can enjoy what I'm making. Like, listen, I know I could be entertaining to talk to, and like just the freaking recollections I have and the Kit's life stories and all this sort of stuff. Like, You know, we've talked about the fact of Kit just never getting any dates ever. Like, you know, there's so much that I could talk about, and I think that's what y'all might enjoy about these Pokemon Legends Arceus streams, rather than like the gameplay itself. I think the gameplay is the background noise, if being honest. Like, literally, if I just had a picture of, like... I don't know why the first thing that came to my head was boobs, but, like, if I had a picture of boobs just on screen or something, and, like, just was talking, like, with, like, no gameplay, I still think people would probably listen to that. So, holding from the high school rejection? Listen, there's a lot of rejections I've had, okay? I had somebody choose a drug dealer over me. And then dated a different manager. So yokai is like Japanese spirits, yeah. The power to make you do feel sick. Yokai Watchers made the legend the cute show in games. Yeah, sounds about right. You know what game I actually wanted to stream? There's a bathhouse, like it's like a yokai. It's kind of like based off of like My Neighbor Totoro, is what like the art style and like the concept was, except you're running like a bathhouse for these spirits. It's a farming game, so. Start swiping on Tinder. You say that like I haven't even tried that and failed spectacularly. SMH. Put Tinder down. I don't know how many dating apps out there. There's a few. So when I first moved to where I am now, I did try. Yeah, so I did try Bumble. And because Bumble is where the girl reaches out to you, and got no hits. And then I tried Tinder, and that didn't work. And then I tried Facebook, with like my really old Facebook, but just like put like updated pictures and stuff on there. And I did get hits on that one. However, one of them, no. The second one seemed to be going somewhere. However, I did ghost them, I will say, because kudos to them. Have I talked about this on stream? I don't think I have, because Blasi would be like grilling me for this. We did talk about the most recent one. We talked about the reason where like I had to like stop dating apps because I saw my manager on them. Sorry, in case anyone has not heard that story, I did try to get try semi recently because I didn't think something was gonna work out recently, which it might work out, it might not. It's kind of like 50-50. And I don't know if I actually said this on my stream. Yeah, my manager was on the dating app and like said it was like a potential match, and I'm like, no, and immediately like said no. The Facebook one person who like said it was like, this was like a top choice. No, like just no. And the second person I did actually match with, because they not only like look really cute and everything, like I did like their bio, and they were, you gotta remember, this was like a year ago, and I will fully admit that I ghosted them. It was, she majored in chemistry, and not like the romantic chemistry sort of kind, like actual chemicals and stuff. And she was like chill and openly talked about the fact that like she had a chemical lab and everything, and like joked around that like she technically knew what chemicals could go together to make illicit substances, but she was really against that. And I'm like, okay, got it. This girl would not stop talking about chemistry. And like sometimes you can be like, oh, what, like, would like read a book, like movies, like date, like cute date or something like that. No, it is like straight up shit you not. The only conversations I had with this person was about chemistry, like chemical compounds, formulas, what the chemical breakdown is of like this material, that material, the fucking atomic numbers of shit, like what they mean. Like I think I was like learning from a chemistry teacher. Yeah, that was her whole personality. And like I've never seen somebody be so excited to talk about chemistry and like chemicals and stuff. Like good for her. But there's nothing like do you play games at all? Do you watch anime? Anything? So the chemical compound of I'm like, am I just getting scammed? Like, is that what's happening? But like every now and again, she would just throw in there and like in the same type of writing, like same tone and everything about like how cute I was and how like great of like a lab assistant I would be. And I'm like, okay, well, deuces. And I ghosted them after like a month. Like I said, recently there is might be recently like I was thinking like maybe there's something that like is a possibility, but I'm also not holding my breath really just because my luck is terrible. I mean, to be fair as well, like that's the reason why the cat's been like the profile picture, or the cat's been the picture in the top left corner rather than face cam, is just because like I've been so beat down about my image. And like sure I should work out or something, or like get my hair back to being dyed blue or something like that. But I just am so beat down. It's bad when your parents even say that, like they have told me before on multiple occasions that I took the good genes that they had and decided to like apparently want to be the ugly duckling, and that I should have just look like everyone else. And that kind of hits you in the gut sometimes. But I was still facecam streaming after that. However, then, recent stuff. So I just kind of go get whey protein BCAAs. I don't know. I know what one of those is. I just don't know what the other one is. What possibly happened? I dyed my hair purple and also blue, Blossy. I also had facial hair. Really broke? You wanna talk broke? Welcome to the club. Helps you at least lift more. Gotcha. Yeah, I probably should go to the gym or something. I used to like walk around like the neighborhood, but I think I need to like eat healthier before I can actually exercise, because eating only one meal a day and then feeling like I'm like running on empty all the time, probably not a good look. Yeah, my mom has said before that if she had to choose between me having purple hair or blue hair or being bald, that she said she'd just get the razor herself. So, like, she's not a fan of colored hair when I had that. And then as far as facial hair goes, if I have, like, a little bit of stubble, both of my parents, like, tend to be fine with it. Especially my dad, like, joking around about it when I stream with Facecam. But when I, like, actually tried growing it out and everything, that's where the whole, like, a homeless kit look, like, joke came from. Is because both my parents would tell me that I look like I'm homeless. I think my mom wants me to be, like, super clean cut, and my dad just... I think he stopped caring at this point. Work out for mom. That's fair. Like, I feel like a home gym is just better than an actual gym. Until you're getting ginger red with all these nonsense filming in the gym. Yeah, no. Gym... God. Filming at the gym, just random stuff is just... I don't know. There's a reason why you'll never see me, like, vlog or anything like that. Unless I have the money to go to conventions again, like, I might do, like, a bit of, like, filming, like, every now and again. But for the most part, like, I wouldn't. I really wouldn't. Also, Blossy, don't you know about the accidental pink hair situation that happened? I think I've talked about it on stream before, about why, like, I don't trust my mom at all when it comes to, like, dyeing hair. No? So this was when I was working at the laser tag arena. Wanted to dye my hair gold, which apparently if you tell somebody in Arizona that you want to dye your hair gold, they look at you like you're an idiot. I could have just said bleach blonde, but, like, I wanted it to be, like, kind of like a mustardy, like, yellow sort of color. Like, that was the plan. And my mom said, fine, but I'm having my stylist do it. And I was like, okay, sure. And then the stylist dyed my hair Ronald McDonald red. And then I went back, they undid the color. Or I guess, like, as much as you can, try to undo a color. Tried it again, and it turned, like, an orangish color, which was still bad, and my parents hated it. And I was like, there's no yellow fucking anywhere. Like, you could have just given me highlights and, like, we would just go from there. But no. Rock and roll McDonald's, exactly. And then it got dyed like a fairly vibrant pink. And I just gave up. And my work didn't allow for dyed hair. It had to be natural-ish color. So gold was, like, close to blonde, so they would accept it. And I went there and I said, this is not me. Stylist screwed up my hair. Literally have nothing I could do because this is, like, the third time. No, they didn't test swatch or anything. Obviously I knew this, like, after the fact, because then I went to my own stylist there and she was amazing. And that's how we had all the cool hair colors back when I lived in Arizona, because she was amazing. Yeah. And then I just had to get my hair cut. So I had, like, a little bit of pink left over, but then my hair was, like, cut really short. So... I just shrug my shoulders nowadays. I mean, keep in mind, I did try to get my hair dyed here, where I live now. I bet you the prices were horrid, even after messing up. No, my mom paid for it. And because they got it wrong, like, and my mom was friends with the stylist, like, she did it again, and even we had pictures. She just never did any like swatches or anything. Like she never like showed me what the color was gonna look like. So there was nothing I could do. And I was like 19. This was like before I started like really dyeing my hair. And then when I went to find a stylist of my own, holy shit, you're huge. She was fantastic. We did all sorts of colors. We did all sorts of really cool colors. If you remember in the past when I had like the silver green, when I had the pink, red, and purple, we had the sky blue, we had like the dark purple and black. Like she was the one who did everything, and she was fantastic. And it was like, what, every 7-8 months? It would last that long. And $300 each time. Fucking worth it. Then I moved here, and then I got recommended a place. Sorry, I went to Doge's stylist, who was like $400, and it was just purple, and like that lasted for 6 months. And I was decently impressed, but it wasn't like, it didn't feel like high quality or anything, and they didn't want to do anything like crazy. And then I went to another place, and they charged like $650, and it lasted 2 weeks. And I figured that if I was going to be paying that much to get my hair dyed, and it lasted 2 weeks, even with me like, I religiously fucking keep up my hair. Like, I was listening to the shampoo, like I purchased the additional shampoos that were going to be used, and the conditioners to keep the hair that color. It was silver and pink. Chat got to see it for like a week until we like looked at it and realized that the pink was gone. And all we had left was blonde, and that's why I have the admittedly cool like blonde brown cut that I have. But I would really like to like get it actually dyed again. But once again, I'm broke, and I would like to use the money not for my hair right now, and I would like to just get out of the debt. Just go get a cut and I'm out. That's fair. Yeah, dyeing hair is a process, let me tell you. I would dye my hair more, but like I said, it's expensive. Unless you know somebody who can do it and you just buy the materials. If you know somebody who would do it and you just buy the materials, easiest thing ever probably will be like $80. Whatever sink or shower that you end up using to do it in is gonna look like a fucking pony just shatting it for a little bit, but like you should be okay. But also I haven't been to like a barber in like, gosh, since February. So what, that's 6 months. Yeah, I haven't got my hair cut in like 6 months. I'm just letting it grow out. I was thinking of having the beard come back, but if I'm looking for a job, I probably want to look somewhat better. Usually go every 2 months. That's what Doge does. Doge ends up going every 2 months, and like, kudos to him. Like, he does his thing. Yeah, from where you, if I recall where you, like, what state you live in, Blossy. Yeah, like, that's the thing, is you have to, like, live in a place where, like, colored hair currently is, like, fine with, and not, like, super frowned upon, right? It's just weird here because, like, while colored hair is, like, a norm, and, like, lots of people have colored hair here, it's... You have people who just give themselves a bad rap and then it gets like compared to people who just color their hair in general. Like if I were to color my hair here and just kind of go out in public, first I would be assumed that I'm non-binary, which I'm not. What is the proper term? Cis. The word that like everyone hates. Just say that you just not you abide by whatever. I don't know what the fucking term is. I think it's cis is what the correct term is. Yeah, no, people would think I'm non-binary and then think that my entire personality would be revolving around my hair and how I have to be non-binary, and then that I'm gonna throw a fit if I don't get my way with something. And then especially if I go downtown. If I go downtown, I would be assumed to be in like any sort of protest that was happening downtown. Yeah, no, I have like this community before all the, you know, all me having to like leave for a little bit and the random shit that happens. We have a lot of people who are trans, non-binary, gay, straight, bi. We have like the whole cavalcade, and everyone's like, it's not even like they don't make it their personality. Like everyone's just chill. But I've definitely like recently I've met some people who are just like, that's their entire personality, or like if you do something that's even slightly like upsetting to them, they think it's like a attack on who they are. I'm like, seriously? I don't think I've talked about the person recently who like lied to my boss and walked out without paying at my work. I don't think I've talked about that, right? It depends on where you live, Sonny. Because depending on where you live, either most are going to be chill or most are going to go overboard, and that's their entire personality. Where I live, it's very much like 50-50. Sometimes you'll meet them and they're just like, you know, super chill. You know, talk to them, it's just completely fine, like normal, and like, you know, it's like, oh my gosh, they're a human being too that like has likes, dislikes, and like it's not their entire personality. But then you have others who like walk in, think that they own the fucking place, and then think that like if we try to charge them anything, it's like a personal attack against them. And it's like, no, like you're here for a service. You have to pay for said service. Like, no, we had somebody who like came in and they missed an appointment earlier. So we already were like, okay, whatever. And then we told them it like needed to be done, and they didn't really believe us, but they're like, oh, whatever. And they had to pay, you know, the general fee. And motherfucker like turned to my manager, said that they had to get their wallet from their car, which they already told me they ended up coming in at it with an Uber. So they were lying, and then fucking booked it out of the office before I could catch them on the lie. I think they think that they got away with like not having to pay for anything, and collections is not a nice thing. I get so offended easily. Yeah. Well, it's because like if you're if you're being mean to, this is the thing that I just hate. It's like, if I'm being mean to you, it's because you're a dick. Like, that's just the long and short of it. But if you're, but if like apparently I'm being mean to you and I'm just like a straight white guy, then that means that I have to be transphobic and hate gay people, and that like fucking Satan and I are like BFFs. I'm just like, what? No, you owe me like $20. That's it. Like, being kind to you. And now you're just making a big deal out of it. Yeah. No, I've seen it happen quite a bit. That's why it's like it's hard to like trust anything to say. Like there's I've had times in the past where people are just like, Kit, your stories, one, sound like they're out of an anime, and two, like don't even sound real. So like you're obviously lying, right? I'm like, I'm not lying. I understand why you think that. Some of this is just fucking strange. But I know my life, and I know just how that all goes. I know what's happened in my life, and I know what I've seen. You don't want to believe it, you don't have to believe it. If you do believe it, you do believe it. That's just the long and short of it. I think the big one that I remember having like a lot of people at the time when I first told the story, like no one believed it, and like I wish I had my coworker, the one who threw away the giant penguin that I was crushing on. If she was here to like go to bat for me, oh, that would have been like it was like the truth situation, because it was a story that I talked about when I worked at the laser tag arena, and the long and short of it is what we presumed to be a family, but we were told was just two friends to play laser tag. They were just being dropped off to play our unlimited bundle. Both of them probably middle school-ish age, maybe the older end of elementary, but we're gonna say middle school because I kind of like, it's hard to tell, but they were definitely not of age. They started doing indecent acts in the bathroom and then couldn't keep their hands off each other when playing laser tag, to which we had to babysit them essentially while we try to get in hold of their parents, which was actually their parents. They weren't friends, they were just sisters. And then the one time I had to turn away to help somebody out, they both went to the arcade and started grinding on each other on a bench. And then the manager finally got a hold of the parents. Parents came back, told them what happened, said they were banned from the premises. Parents didn't really seem to care and said that they were sisters and that, you know, they just do what they feel like, and then walked away. Yeah. I remember first telling that story on stream and people like did not believe that that was a thing, and I'm like, you know, it does sound completely unbelievable and like out of pocket. But as somebody who witnessed it and got told by numerous customers what was going on in the bathroom when it first started, and the fucking shock of the century when we found out it was like they had to been like no older than a middle schooler. Fucking insane. I think another story that I talked about, laser tag always had like the fun stories that were like, they're fun to talk about, they're horrific, but they're just, you know, funny, hindsight, 10 out of 10. There was the couple that, while I was explaining the rules, a couple started doing something just in the front row, and I had to not only pointed out, but incorporated into the rule set while I was kicking them out. Because it's, you know, got to keep your hands to yourself. You can't, like, you know, punch or kick anybody. But, like, if two of them are, you know, giving somebody a massage in the middle of the room, we'd be like, once again, especially for you two, keep your hands to yourself. And if you would like to continue that, what you're doing, please step outside the front door. I think I said it like something along those lines, but I had to kick him out because I'm like, there's no way you're doing that in the front row while I'm saying the rules. And while everyone, yes, is focusing on me, I am the employee who has to pay attention to everybody who is sitting in the room listening to the rules. No. Why is everyone freaked out at laser tag? So, it's arcades. It's arcades and any sort of entertainment area for like teens. Blossy is really what it is. And I can tell you why. It's because there's a general notion where, oh, the people working there are getting paid so little that like they don't need to care about what happens. Like we could just do whatever we want. Like somebody could just be fucking like in that room and they're just not expect the employees to care because they don't get paid to care. It's like so little anyway. You'll see that with like laser tag, you'll see it with paintball, you'll see it with like just anything of that sort. There's this general perception that that's the thing. The actual case is, doesn't matter how much we're getting paid. If you work in an area that you really like and is like has a good reputation, you like you're gonna have to deal with the employees that like to be there. Like the laser tag arena I worked at, everyone who worked there, even though like minimum wage it was like tiny, like straight up minimum wage there is fucking absurdly small compared to like what I make now. I love that laser tag arena. I love the family that own the business. All my coworkers are amazing, including the person who threw away the giant penguin and her sister who were an asshole, and some other like not so good stuff that happened. Like they were still like my coworkers and I would always get a bat for them regardless. And I wanted the laser tag arena to stay around because like it was like my favorite place to be. And me actually getting hired on my 18th birthday, I was literally at the laser tag arena playing on my 18th birthday and got hired on the spot. Like, yes, I care. And yes, I wanted to make sure that like rules were followed and that like the laser tag arena would not get like a bad rap or anything. Like I supremely cared about everything that was happening in that facility. But there are others, like if you go to like an arcade, like a big franchised arcade, yeah, most people there aren't going to care because if they get fired or anything or like something bad happens, then it's just the franchise that has to deal with it. Like none of the people there get paid enough to care, sure. But it's like an openly a family-owned business and it's by far some of the best mechanics for laser tag ever. And like I actually like, you know, wanted that place to thrive. Like put it this way, I love that arena so much that when one of my like high school friends who also worked with me there for a little bit, when he came to stream and said that COVID actually had to shut the place down and yeah, you just call your manager, but sometimes like what people expect is that like employees would just not call the manager or anything. Like they would just not care and just let it slide. But no, like to say that how much I like this place, when my friend came into stream one day and said, "Hey, saw you streaming. Did you know this place shut down?" Like, I had to stop the stream to just verify that it was shut down. It was fucking replaced by an LA Fitness of all things. So, like, fucking whatever. But I was just mortified. I'm fairly certain after that stream, I just kind of, like, reflected on all the memories that I had at that arena and working there. And I'm pretty sure I was, like, tearing up. For sure, like there was quite a few bad things that happened there. Most of my injuries to my hands and my face were from working there. There was the time I got, you know, insanely depressed and fucking my hand got torn apart. Like there's so many like memories there. Okay. I actually openly said this, right next to one of my coworkers where I currently work after a patient asked me. They're like, would this be the job you see yourself working, like that you want to keep working? And have you had a job that you would have wanted to continue working at? And I fully said the laser tag arena right in front of like even the assistant's face too. Like didn't even like skip a beat. And I'm like, to explain it, I got paid $9 an hour is how much I got paid. $9 an hour. Hardly anything, right? But the amount of fun that, one, I could play laser tag for free, and it was actually a good workout, so I was actually staying in shape. The food, like if I purchased food there, I got a discount, and we could actually like add stuff onto it to make it better. Like one of the pizzas that I made was like just super good. It was a nacho cheese sauce pizza. Super fucking good. And if we're talking about pay, if I was a party host as well, before I became like the manager, or for the arcade manager rather, I was a party host and I would be hosting about 8 parties a day, and I would get an extra, average was $20 per party, but because I would also research like what like the decorations were going to be and figure out like what the kids were like into because of what like the hosts, like the party mom or party dad, party parent, I guess is the best way to put it, what they like said in like the email when setting it all up. I would just use that information to make sure the kids had like the best fucking time there ever. And my tips were anywhere from like $40 to $60, and I was one consistently who would sometimes get $100 per party. So like there were times I would leave with an extra like $500 in my pocket just from that day alone. That day alone. $500 extra. Like there's a reason why when I moved here, I actually wanted to work at like either an arcade or like another laser tag arena here. Even though like I know the hourly wage would be bad, I would 1000% for like the tips and everything for like the parties, like the birthday parties. It was absolutely great payment wise. The thing is, US is moving away from tipping culture. If this was overseas, like tips and everything, that's not a thing. That's really how it should be. And frankly, like how much I was making from the tips should have been like incorporated in my wages, but that's neither here nor there. Nowadays, I don't know how the tipping all works for like those sort of places. I don't know how many people are booking birthday parties for that kind of stuff, and spending like that much money. if they still are, then yeah, it's absolutely worth it, and I highly recommend it, especially if it's a place that you like enjoy going to and are passionate about making look good. But if it's not part of your wages and like there's no tips or anything for doing the party, you're just doing it out of the goodwill, then you know that's a conversation you got to have with yourself on if you want to be a good party host just out of pure goodwill, or if you do want to make the money. I wanted to do both, and it definitely reflected. Where I made sure that the kids had a fucking wonderful time, not only playing laser tag, but like the amount of Minecraft lore and Star Wars I had to learn prior to some of these parties, because that was when the fucking 7th movie of Star Wars came out. The amount of Kylo Ren fucking decorations I had to put up is obscene. But at the time, I made sure I was the most Kylo Ren expert you could possibly find. So. Yeah. See, this is why there's times where I think I'm like a decent at streaming and like content creation. Content creation still remains to be seen, I suppose, but streaming itself, because I could just talk about whatever. Like, I don't think we found a shiny or something in like the past hour. We've been actually running through the same pathing for quite some time. And I think y'all, correct me if I'm wrong, I think y'all are just more intrigued about like the stories or like whatever I'm talking about, more than actually what's going on in the game. Like I said, it's crazy considering how much my life is pretty much an anime based off of like everything that I've done in my life. But I could just chat for hours about stuff that I've witnessed, stuff that I've seen, life lessons, advice. Complete Heracross decks here from an epic shelf hunt. That's fair. That is fair. But I don't know, just chatting away. I don't know, it's something I do feel like I'm at least decent at. Gucci man. Appreciate it. It's kind of insane to think about the fact that, like, I went from streaming Splatoon... Penguin Man all the way, true. It's crazy that I've gone from, like, streaming Splatoon and used to, like, tutor viewers and, like, give them just general, like, advice on what to do when they, like, grow older and, like, get out of high school and everything. And I'm still giving advice and just chatting it up. Nice. All right, we are about more than 3.5 hours into the stream. If this Burmy is shiny, this is all worth it. Nope. I was like, I see Coin, I think is who that is, just standing there. Hasn't been standing there once this entire time. I think what I'll do is I'm going to find one more shiny. I don't care what it is, just something. Just so we can add it to the potential trade list. And then, I'm going to go get some food. Do I go to Taco Bell? Is that my plan for today? Am I just going to go Taco Bell? There is this ice cream place that just opened. I kind of want to try. I don't want to. Do I just go get Taco Bell and ice cream? Wingstop or Chipotle? Wingstop is 30 minutes away, Blossy. Chipotle is not, but it's Saturday, so that place is gonna be fucking busy. I don't get stomachache from Taco Bell. I don't get stomachache from Taco Bell. I eat there all the time. Put the ice cream place down? Why am I getting slandered for liking ice cream? Flossie, I haven't had ice cream in like 3 or 4 months. Why can't I have ice cream? It's handmade, like... They have a mocha chip. I could get coffee ice cream. Y'all, we'll be streaming for fucking ages. Found all the Togepi. I feel like I'm getting slandered for getting like ice cream. Okay, so what? Am I getting am I getting the mint chocolate chip? I think they do have a cookies and cream. Like what kind of ice cream am I getting? Am I just getting standard chocolate? I feel like this is one of those. This doesn't count. You're the 5th one of these I have. This doesn't count. Rocky Road, cookies and cream, or swirl hoe. Well, I don't think I want a hoe that's swirled. That doesn't sound good. Or if you're calling me a hoe again and saying that I need to be swirled, I don't particularly want to be swirled. I don't know if they have Rocky Road, actually. Anything with a hoe is definitely 100% a red flag. Well, I got some unfortunate news for you, Sonny. Blossy will continually call me a hoe. Constantly. And Doge will back up that apparently I am a hoe. If all my fumbles are any indication. I don't know if I say any more. I'm a clean individual is the best way to put it. I think that's what I'll do. I think I'll go to Taco Bell and get lunch and like essentially dinner too, but also get the ice cream place. It'll be expensive. I'll probably spend quite a bit. All right, do we chat? Should I just focus trying to get the an Eevee? I could. That way we get one off our list. It's not shiny, we don't want it. True. So, I can show off what I would see. This Motham doesn't exist. I just want everyone to know. Okay, so the best way we're going to be able to do this is... Excuse me. Some going back and forth. Seriously? Now you do this? Fuck it. Essentially, you go back in and out quite a bit until, like, the Eevee mass outbreak happens. It's a single woof woof. I'm gonna do one more loop around, and then I will, regardless if it's a mass outbreak or not, I'm just gonna go look for mass outbreaks of Eevee. This shouldn't take long, but like, it depends. Why? That's not what I wanted. Nope. 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 Caesar. Caesar. Caesar, you're gonna die, Caesar. Goodbye, Caesar. Caesar. Caesar, run away. Didn't mean to fight. Three, four. Now I'm getting jumped, exactly. I think the Woof Woof is yellow that we're looking for. Come on, Woof Woof, remind me what color you need to be. No! Okay. Not orange, I know that. I think it's yellow. Because we have the Arcanine, and then I accidentally evolved it again. I think. It is yellow? Okay. But to say, I'm pretty sure it was. I mean, we are down to 16. It just sucks that we got 2 fucking Remoraid's. Life is gonna be so good when I get the Burmy, the last trash Burmy. You know what, Luminion? You're my lucky right now. You're my lucky fish. Also, this fish, I mean, look at that face in the bottom right. Y'all know this fish is thinking some terrible thoughts. Like, it knows. That's Apom. I know that's Apom. Need Apom. That fish just be plotting demises. That's also an Apom. Oh, 2 of the Apom trees have Apom. Cool. Seriously, why does Luminion look like so coy in that sprite? It's like smiling like, yeah, I know. I know what I fucking did. You think I don't know what I did? I know what I did. What you gonna do about it, huh? I feel like the fish is gonna call me a bitch. Was that a question? No. The fish is insulting me. Should you cook? Are you saying in the kitchen? The answer is no. If you mean that you're about to do something sick in a video game, then yes. Three recipe options? What recipes do you got? My energy level is just low right now. Get hungry. It's one for the money. It's two, cause two is for the show. It's three, are you ready? Are you ready, motherfuckers? Are you ready? Let's go. It's one for the money. Two, cause two is for the show. Are you ready, motherfuckers? Are you ready? Let's go. You're sick, sick is all the secrets that you deny. Sins like skeletons are so very hard to hide. You're sick. What did I catch? I caught woof woofs. 10 of them. Buffalo chicken wings, pork chops, or Parmesan marinara chicken? I go with the Parmesan personally. Alright. We're looking for Huaz. We're looking for... not Huaz. Hello. We're just gonna go back and forth for a little bit. Oh. Return to the village. I think I'm going to be saving before I do any of this stuff. Because Rowlett and Eevee are what we're looking for. Yo, I have Skittles right next to me. That should be fine. Chicken wings seems faster, that's true. This is just going to be faster if I do this. One of these days, we'll see Eevee. We hope for. None of these can be Eevee. So. Forgot to buy them? Blossels. I'm doing this for another 4 minutes, and then I'm going to end off the stream. Holy shit! This is it. One of you could be yellow. I believe. I believe. Wait, that one is yellow. That one is yellow. I didn't even hear it. Did anyone hear that? Or was it just too loud with all the Rotoms doing the Rotoms? Well, that works. All right, let's just go around checking while we're here. Well, we're down to 15 now. It's a wormy. Burmy. Sorry, I'm eating Skittles while also, like, kind of in shock. Okay, it's not you. Oh, it's you. I did think it was the Basculin. We did get the double, so not bad. We did get the triple. Excuse me. Game's trying to make up for everything I missed. Now just give me a Chirim or a Cherubi that's quadruple, and then we'll be fine. Nope. Well, that worked out pretty well, I do say so myself. Three total. I just want to check. Nothing. Cool. Do some organization. Wow, we hardly caught anything. It's so funny. Yep, look at that. Very first one, Vulpix. Winub. And a cheese ball. We have two. My stack of cheese balls are slowly coming back. Raid. The Snover. I already have another Snover. That's great. Emerald. Sneasel's pretty cool. Is this a female Sneasel? It is. I could get a Sneasler. Alright, how many Mothams do we have? One. Where we had more. Must have traded them already. Fine. Oddly enough, you two. Alright, Rotom. Which one are you about to be? You are the oven! Going. Shoot. It's this one, right? $15 left. That is our second one. That is 15. That's kind of crazy that we did just get that. Like I said, permutations was going to be a play. I'm happy that we did get the Rotom. I'm going to be doing this just as we end off, because that way I can just kind of go back and forth for a little bit, just to see if we do get an Eevee one. As far as today goes, to tricks forward, attempted depermutation. Nice. We should be streaming later tonight. I do know I want to do Hades. We might stream much later, because I think Neko is going to be back home later tonight, but I don't know if they're going to be just resting afterwards. We could do more Pokemon later, you never know. It just kind of depends. I just want to get through the games that I'm playing though right now. So I'm trying not to start anything new, even though I have a whole lot of stuff, new stuff that I want to play. But like Arceus and Hades are like the two big ones. DBD, I just have to play as Killer, and like I just don't want to play as Killer right now. But we'll see. Realistically, with the remaining 15 Pokemon that we need, not including Shieldon and Cranidos and Magnemite, I would say that we're like, it shouldn't be too much longer. It really just depends on when we get the proper hordes or not. Like, part of me has been thinking, oh, maybe just running around like trying to see if they're there wouldn't work. But I feel like it's like a mix on, sometimes we do see them and sometimes we don't, right? Maybe the massive mass outbreaks are the better ones. I mean, look at this. We got Nose Pass right here, and we got Rotom with berries. We could finish Rotom right here. I'm gonna see after this, actually, real quick. This will be the last thing I do. We're check Nose Pass, we'll check Rotom. Sorry, there's a Promo Pass here. My mistake. And then I'm gonna go really quickly check the Pokemon box farm thing. Can one of you be golden? That'd be great. The reported Pokemon seems to be gone. Crazy. Come on. Just give me one. Just give me one more. Just give me one more, please. I don't want to have to be fighting these guys anymore. Just give me one more, please. Okay. I was thinking like it's not worth it to just like keep searching around, but I realized that I do need to search around for a few of these Pokemon. Cherubi, Cherim, and Burmy Wormadam I can only find in trees. Technically, if I want to get Vespiquen, I also need to only check trees, but in Crimson Mirelands. Eevees mass outbreaks, there's no question there. We could just start going after unknown and being insane. That is a possibility. Weird. Basculin. We haven't found Basculin in like a horde. Piplup, Prinpulp, Growlithe. That's gonna have to be hordes. You know, I'm looking at this list, okay? Hold on. Kit's cooking something. Not well, but I am cooking something. That tree is shaking. That's a cherubi. World's largest carnivine. Wait, no. I'm so dumb. Okay, hold on. There is an idea. I realized the error of my ways. So here's what I should be doing. Okay. I should be continually going to the Obsidian Fieldlands and out. And the reason for that is because this is going to be the fastest way to like go in and out of an area. So I'm just going to let y'all know my list while I'm doing this, and then I'll end off the stream here shortly. I'm sorry. In the Obsidian Fieldlands, we can get an Eevee Mass Outbreak, a Combi Mass Outbreak, or a Cherubi Mass Outbreak. And those are the 3 Pokemon I need left in there. I have seen a Cherubi Outbreak. We've gotten a shiny Eevee from an Eevee Outbreak, and it's just been a while since we've seen a Combi Outbreak. So there's that. From Crimson Mirelands, we can find a Combi Mass Outbreak, or a Vespiquen Mass Outbreak. Not massive Mass Outbreaks, though, I don't believe. And then Cherubi and Cherim can only be found in 4 trees, and then we could technically go to the unknowns over and over again. Which that is a possibility. Like, what I should be doing is, instead of going to Cobalt Coastlands, maybe I should be going to the Crimson Mirelands just to check the unknown, and then go from there. That seems like a better idea. Cobalt Coastlands does have the most amount of Pokemon we still need. Growlithe, Prinpulp. Growlithe is just going to only show up from Massive Mass Outbreaks. I think that's just the only way we're going to get it. Same with Prinpulp to get Empoleon. Basculin shows up in the Massive Outbreaks and Massive Outbreaks. Burmy sucks to find. That's just the long and short of it. Burmy is going to just suck to find. And Alabaster Islands, that's another one we could do. But I don't think we really need to go there anymore because everything else can be gotten elsewhere. And then Coronaut has Nosepass, which is baffling that we don't have Nosepass still. Magnezone. There are 3 Magnezones in the Coronet Highlands. We could technically try to catch one of those 3. I think it's just going to be going between those 3 and hoping for the best. Does it have to be daylight is the problem? I don't know. I have to double check that. Rotom and Rowlett, Outbreaks, Basculin. Like, it's really just going to be Outbreaks, but I need to keep going back to the Cobalt Coastlands to check trees for Burmy and Wormadam. So I think that's what I'm going to ultimately do, is, yes, I'm going like back and forth just to see if I can find an Eevee or a Cherubi like outbreak. Chimchar, nice. But ultimately it's going to be like me looking around. And then I got to find the three Magna Zones. I think it just can't be during a mass outbreak is when I can find those Magna Zones. And then we're going to just start hunting that. So I think with our goals in mind, I think I really should like shorten down what our plans are. I think looking around for Burmy and Wormadam, while it's a noble goal, I think we really should only do that with mass outbreaks. I think I should start actually checking the Crimson Mirelands just for the combi and unknown situation. And then everything else, yeah, we don't need to go to Alabaster Icelands anymore unless there is a mass outbreak. So me doing this over and over again, like, sure is just gonna get things faster for finding mass outbreaks and mass outbreaks. But I probably should just switch this to going to Crimson Mirelands. Because I should just go to Crimson Mirelands. Yeah, so I think this is going to be our next, our like true path for right now. Just so that way we have a chance. It's just load in, go in here, look at the unknown, go back. Be like, yo, I'm done. And for massive outbreaks, I don't think I can get the remaining ones that I need in Crimson Mirelands anyway. At this point, though, I could at least, like, just still go over, because I could check. See if there's any unknown. Rinse, repeat. Because if there's an unknown swarm, then, like, we would just catch them all and then move on from there, right? We found the Pokemon that's reported! Hooray! If I get another H, I'm gonna be crazy. Dude, what's with the letter F? The letter F just shows up everywhere. You running in a circle makes me sad. Yeah, but that would essentially be what we're doing. It's gonna be catching a whole lot of unknown. Cool. Alright, well that's gonna be it for the stream. Kit's tired and needs to get food before I do anything else. I'll be back in a little bit, though, with some more stream fun times. Might get a co-commentator. We'll see. We shall see. Probably not the Doge. But yeah, I think this is going to be what we end up doing for now. Just to focus on known and go from there. This is when one of them sparkles, and then we're like, holy shit. GG's. But yeah. I'm just delaying the stream. I'm like, maybe I shouldn't get food. Maybe I should keep streaming, but I'm getting dizzy. That's sure telltale sign that Kit's getting a bit no food. So with that being said, though, I thank y'all so much for watching. I hope y'all enjoyed the stream. If I take a break, I know, I just so much I gotta do and get done, and I guess I want to work on the unknowns. Yeah, we'll be back with, I'll probably stream Hades next. That probably is the next goal, I should say. But yeah, turn the computer off. It's not how you spell that word. Yeah. Y'all have a wonderful day, night, morning, afternoon, night, or evening. Of course, my name's Get Healthy, and I'll see y'all next time for more variety gaming. See y'all later. Peace. Bye, everyone.